Continue.
We go. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up for the national anthem of Kenya and the East African community.
O God of all creation, blessed is our nation. Justice the ocean and defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within the borders. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
You may have your seats. A warm welcome to all of you to the first
Regional Innovation Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa. So, without further ado, Joe, government representatives in the room, African regional bodies representatives, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to RIESEA, the first of its kind, and I'm sure we'll have very many other conversations. You know, when you think about East Africa, Joe, I found out that there are about 333 million people in the East African region. And sometimes you wonder, how do I do salutations for people within the East African region? So I was doing some bit of research. I noticed in Rwanda, they say Muramutse.
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 What do I respond?
You say very good.
I say very good in English.
I didn't find time to check the response.
Okay.
But yeah, Muramutse is good morning.
Good.
So I allow you for this second or two to say good morning to the person seated next to you in an official language of the EAC. Can be Kiswahili, French, or English. Ça va bien, merci. Fantastic, fantastic stuff. I see some guys are even going to vernacular, please. That's not an official language of the EAC, but Amosu, good to see you. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is TJ Enos Airo, and I alongside.
Order. It was just a salutation.
Guys have started telling stories.
Yeah, they're telling stories and they've begun the panel discussions at the back. I love this.
Fantastic.
Where else would you get it other than in the RIESEA Summit?
Absolutely.
Right?
So we're gearing up for amazing conversations
Fantastic.
today. So before we go ahead of ourselves, my name is TJ Enos Airo, and I alongside...
My name is Joe Mukoko, Joe Clement Mukoko. I think they put all my names here. I have 5 names.
Yes.
Co-founder, African MSME Collective, and a proud member of ASEC. Glad to be with all of you in the room for the next 2 days.
Fantastic. And I hope you're loaded and ready to engage in interesting conversations around how we can best, even for this region of East Africa, build a prosperous people together. So just some few housekeeping things so that you can all be acquainted with what's happening in the room. We're going to have panel discussions and also breakout conversations. So I hope you're ready to engage and find the interactive conversations very pivotal. So before we go any further, we also have interactions on social media as well. And we have ASEC on LinkedIn. So these are the handles for the social media handles for ASEC. ASEC is ASSEK. That's ASEC on LinkedIn. Keep the conversations live. If you find a tidbit that's very awesome, you can put it even in an official language of the EAC. Tuko pamoja? Fantastic. On Facebook as well, ASEC. And on Instagram, ASEC News, and on X, formerly Twitter, ASEC News. Good stuff. And for the hashtags that we're going to use for these conversations is hashtag RIESEA25. basically the initials of the summit, which you can see on the boards on the screen as well. Joe, are you excited?
I'm very excited, looking forward. And just quickly, I know those from the region are joining us. Do we have anyone from outside Kenya in the room?
Oh, good stuff.
Fantastic. Good to see you. Where are you from? Tanzania, karibu sana. Thank you. I know we have some joining us from Burundi and Rwanda online.
Yes, we have
You
guys.
said tuko pamoja in Kiswahili. So how do we say tuko pamoja in Rwandese?
In Rwandese.
In English, we say we are together. Do we say we are together?
In English, that's the right translation. So in
Direct
Rwandese,
translation.
in an international language,
Yes.
I'd say wane chokrok.
Wanna check walk.
That's not Rwandese, but that's another international language. Fantastic insights.
We shall get the Rwandese ones very soon.
Yes, sir.
So feel free, feel welcome, even as we roll through the day. Get to meet someone you haven't met. The theme for this year is driving innovation to accelerate investments, markets, and job creation in EAC. You can imagine now the EAC is 8 countries.
Yes,
Is it 8 countries?
it's 8 countries.
Good. There's opportunity for those of us in business to grow.
Fantastic. Maybe a quick check in the room. Which is the most recent entrant to the EAC? Sorry? Somalia? Who said Somalia? Look for me after this. I have a gift for you.
Fantastic. Make sure you look for him, and we'll make sure he gives you the gift.
Absolutely.
In the event that you would need any assistance, there is the two of us plus the ASEC team at the back. Mercy, Grace, Edith, Brian are here to help you. And also the team from CIO. Don't be scammed there. Don't be scammed. The guys from CIO, they have their t-shirts with the logo here in case you need any assistance. Make sure you do that. And during the break, those of you who've not registered, make sure that you are registered, because if you do not have a tag, we'll assume that you're not part of us.
Fantastic. I think at this point in time, we can ready ourselves for some amazing conversations. Mko tayari? Are you guys ready? All right. I think we'll be going to our first speaker of the day, even as he curtain raises and puts up the foundation for this conversation today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the summit is hosted by ASEC. I now invite on stage the chairperson of ASEC, the guru himself, Mike Mutungi.
Yes.
Mike is the current chairperson of ASEC, founder, Choose Life Africa, and has over 2 decades of leadership experience. Current CEO of I Choose Life Africa, and also serves as the chairperson of HINET Health NGO Network and founding member of Jinue Credit Company Limited and Ebatech Engineering Company. He has brought valuable experience to the SME sector over the last couple of years, and even going ahead to use his resources to bring people together, have candid conversations on where the SME sector should go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a better round of applause for our chairman.
Thank you. Is the mic working? You can hear me? Well, I'd like to welcome everybody in this morning session. And I would just like to acknowledge a few people. First is the Kenya CEO, Dr. Tony Omwansa. Karibu sana. It's good to have you here. Of course, Mercy, the full of energy CEO for ASEC. And then the ASEC board members. If you're a board member for ASEC, please just put up it's actually stand up. We can see you and just acknowledge you. If you're a board member, the new board members, just stand up. All right, you can see, fantastic. Makofi kwao. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. And then also sometimes we don't acknowledge the staff. If you're staff for ASEC, here just put up your hand. We can see you and acknowledge you. Staff, okay, Brian over there at the back. Thank you guys, are always doing amazing things. Now, my first business, the one I recall, was actually with Dr. Tony Omwansa. Developing what we were calling an e-Marikiti platform. And that was about, how many years ago was that, Dr. 15 years ago. And it was a complete failure, right? I don't think we made any money. That was the first business. So yesterday I was listening to a conversation about businesses and business in the country. And they were talking about how businesses fail. And I just laughed because it began talking about, there are guys who start doing watermelon. And I remember doing the first set of watermelon when I was convinced that I would make a lot of money and I would be a millionaire. I ended up losing a lot of money in the process. I've done chicken poultry. I've done a microfinance. I don't know. Last 2 years ago, somebody convinced me that it's good to do shoes for the education sector. And I still have a stock of about 700 shoes for high school. So if you're looking for shoes, please see me for your high school kids. They are there in my garage, a pack of them. And I closed the business. So how many of you have failed in business here? All right, so I'm not the only one. Okay. We need Mercy, a forum where we just talk about business failures. How we fail and what we learn through the failing. But this is what this Regional Innovation Summit is about, isn't it? It's about learning how to fail, learn how to fail quickly, but at the same time being able to do better. But the future is bright. Let me tell you a bit. We're thinking about regional, it's African region, but let me tell you a bit about Africa, which is my pet subject. Many of you have heard me say by 2050, 1 out of every 4 people globally will be African. 1 out of every 4. So if you want to look at the future by 2050, the future of the world will be African. By 2063, 1 out of every 2 people who are working will be African. Africa will completely dominate and dictate the workforce of the world. All the countries of the world will depend on Africa for skills and for running their economies. Africa is the most endowed continent with the natural resources. Whether you're talking about gold, platinum, diamonds, fresh water, trees, everything, name it, we have it. And in terms of global pollution, Africa pollutes only 3% compared to the rest of the world that pollutes 97%. So we are literally the lung of the world, that we clean the air that the world depends on for breathing. If we are to switch off our oxygen that we supply to the world, the rest of the world will die in 4 minutes. So really far from this continent that is seen as inadequate, economically not viable, we basically will lead the world. And the decision we need to make now is how do we position ourselves so that we take advantage of that future that starts from now, but also spans on to the next generation, the Gen Zs. They don't have time to wait for a lot of thinking and a lot of strategies. Gen Z, as we know in Kenya, they are ready to take it on from today. Now, we know the challenges that we face. 50% of all the MSMEs that start in this country, micro enterprises that start, 50% die in the first 1 year. And another 25% die in the second year. So we have a very high mortality rate of enterprises. So I am not unique in any way. I am part of the Kenyan stories of enterprises that start and die. 50% in year 1, a further 25% in year 2. We approximate about 10 million micro, small, and medium enterprises in the country. But again, data tells us only 2% are medium enterprises. Meaning, we have a very wide base and a very thin head. So that 20%, we need to increase that to about 30% for us to be able to say we have sustainable enterprises that are really growing and are having an impact in our ecosystem. And that's why we're here today, to be able to ask ourselves together, how do we shape the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem to be able to reduce the mortality rate of enterprises so that we've got unicorns that are emerging out of our ecosystem. And so that's what ASEC does. That's what Mercy drives us all as we are entrepreneurship support organizations. That is what we think all the time. And in terms of ecosystem, I think some of us are familiar with Eisenberg entrepreneurship ecosystem 6 dimensions. So when you think about the dimensions for an ecosystem, we think about the policy, we think about finance, we think about the culture, we think about the support, human capital, and the markets. All right? So when you think about all the ecosystem about entrepreneurship, that's what, as we come together, as we interact, as we think, it's asking ourselves, in order to reduce the mortality of these enterprises, what policy measures do we need to put in place to ensure that the policies are enhancing the survival rate and the growth of enterprises? What financial mechanism do you need to put in place to make sure they can be able to access credit? What culture, and culture is a big one. Culture and human capital is a big one. I really thank Tony for working with universities, trying to think about academia and how education systems also generate innovation and entrepreneurship. But even as I Choose Life as an organization, we are actually now working with high schools to help them develop incubation innovation hubs. As we speak right now, I'm working with the Lions Boys to put together an incubation hub so that students, even from high school, can begin innovating, coming up with enterprises, commercializing them, and driving them to market. We don't need to wait until people leave high school. I know obviously that would be, fantastic. I know that would be a challenge in education. We begin saying, oh, the policy says that is child labor, kids when are in high school, but us as innovators, we disrupt the system, let the policies figure out what to do with it afterwards. I actually, 2 weeks ago, I asked Alliance Boys, it was all the school, I asked them, out of the 1,500 students that are here today, how many of you are looking forward to be employed? Less than 10%. 90% were saying, I'm not leaving here, high school, to think about looking for a job. I would like to start my own enterprise and be able to grow my own company. That's where they are. But the teachers are helping them to memorize the legs of mosquitoes and the flies. So there's a huge discrepancy between our education system, which is a huge investment. I think now we are in about 600 billion shillings in our education system, just to generate very little, where there is very, very huge gap between our industry and what you need as far, what comes of education and what we need. I normally say as a CEO, when I employ a master's students, it takes me 1 year for them to figure out what the job is, and I invest about 1 million shillings in that master's students. And once they learn the job, then they hired it by somebody else. So these are the challenges we need to be able to address so that we can be able to create an ecosystem that is facilitative for entrepreneurs so that we can have successful entrepreneurs that are emerging from our ecosystem, and therefore we can grow our economy. Africa, as we think about Africa, we have about 1.6 billion people, I think, in terms of market. So the market is huge. We don't need to think about Europe or other continents. We can be able to grow our economies if we do it right. And I have no doubt that this is what this summit is about. So thank you so much. Thank you for the sponsors. Thank you for the partners for making this possible. And thank you for the participants. I'm looking forward for us to have 2 days of energized and innovative solutions that will come out of this. Thank you very much. And for those who are failing in business, you can see me behind the tent. We can talk about our failures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the shared lessons and also sensitizing us to the fact that you can also fail in business. Now, coming up next on stage is none other than the CEO for ASEC, Mercy Kimalat. Mercy is the founding CEO of the Association for Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya, better known as ASEC, representing over 150 entrepreneurs and entrepreneur support organizations. Driving growth for startups and SMEs, she has a strong track record of building brands, fostering partnerships across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, collaborating with governments, regulatory bodies, fintechs, and tech firms. MASI is quite vast in the area of partnerships and communications, having served as Partnerships and Communications Manager at the Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, overseeing the rollout of MBA incubator and accelerator programs across 20 African countries. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rapturous round of applause, let's make welcome MASI Kimalat. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Asante sana. Dr. Tony Omwansa, CEO, Kenya National Innovation Agency. We have Peter Quest, who's the head of youth programs, Kenya School of Government, ASEC board members, distinguished guests, entrepreneurs, innovators, and visionaries. Good morning. I am so honored to stand before you today at this fantastic event. It's our first ever Regional Innovation and Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa. Imagine a region where innovation knows no borders, a landscape where the entrepreneurial spirit, the technological ambition, the creative solutions blend in with an innovative mindset to spark a collaborative breakthrough, not only in one country, but 8 countries at the same time. Today, we stand at a revolutionary moment where we're actually hosting the first Regional Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa organized by ASEC. And I just want to give a preamble of who we are so that we also understand where we're coming from. As an association, we are a membership association that brings together entrepreneur support organizations that are actually working closely with startups, MSMEs, growth stage entrepreneurs, corporates, universities to embed innovation and also to have a sustainability approach on how we can solve socioeconomic challenges within our own communities. We have more than 180 entrepreneur support organizations within Kenya, but their influence has also scaled, not only within East Africa, but also internationally. So as we stand here today, we have membership that is really solving not only African challenges, but also at a global level. If you look at our mandate and what we do as an association, we do it in 4 ways. One is policy and advocacy. How can we as an ecosystem give life or give a voice to policy makers and government bodies when it comes to developing policy frameworks, the different bills and acts, so that we create an enabling environment for all the startups and SMEs to thrive. The second one is collaboration. How can we bring together multiple stakeholders with different interests, but have one like-minded vision and actually work together in one unity? And this kind of a platform really is bringing in the investors, the corporates, the universities, even the governments at different countries to really also harmonize their frameworks and their programming to move the ecosystem forward. We have to do it together. The other one that we do is also on internationalization, and simply put, route to market. You can have a fantastic product. You can be even in this room, and you're the person that someone else is looking for. But if you do not actualize or activate that partnership, then where does it go? So this kind of networking also helps to open up markets where startups and SMEs can scale, but also the best of talent across the region can share best practices and tools to really support enterprises. And the final one is looking at capacity building. How then can we support people to be updated in terms of skill sets? Today we have the government here, and we are actually going to be learning about what they're doing in terms of strengthening the national innovation ecosystem. But you and I know that each and every one of us plays a critical role when it comes to producing work outputs that can actually drive value for the economy. So we're going to be seeing how we can upskill the young people, as what Mike had mentioned in high school, how we can upskill the current workforce to be able to tap into emerging technologies to scale and thrive, but also looking at how we can also educate and support our government officials to better understand our disruptive but impactful innovation ecosystem. And we do all this under our mandate. Joanne, help me. Is it moving? Wonderful. So if you look at our widespread reach, if you are an entrepreneur in any sector, we actually have been capacity building all these organizations and their team, their trainers, the coaches, the mentors, and even the program or community managers to support enterprises in different sectors. So if you're looking at agriculture and sustainable livelihoods, if you're looking at manufacturing, health and biosciences, we have the green and circular economy, we have e-mobility, affordable housing, the maker spaces, we're talking about hardware innovation, we have membership that can support you. What is unique about the ASEC membership is that we also have inclusion, looking at how we have university hubs that are supporting young people within the university. We also have NGOs that are working in the local grassroots communities, working with them to support them to solve their emerging challenges. We also have corporate innovation hubs, such as KPMG, Kenya Airways, where we support them to also use innovation to tap into customer needs and trends in that ecosystem. And we also have different hubs that are catering to special needs of the community. If you look at the people living with disabilities, or also if you look at the refugee communities, we actually have support networks that is working with the special groups to ensure we leave no one behind. If you look at the Regional Innovation Entrepreneurship Summit and how we all come here together, it is really a rally cry to say that as a region, we have to embrace this opportunity where we can be seen as a global hub of innovation and supporting different startups and SMEs to scale across the world. There is need for strategic partnerships, sustainable venture building, cross-border collaboration, and also sustainable investment that can actually go both to the enterprises, but also to the enablers, whether it is a financial institution, whether it is the entrepreneur support organization, or even the different partners that are working with them. We're not here just to talk, but we're here to build, to innovate, and really to shape the future of East Africa together. So as much as ASEC is a platform that we are building this opportunity on, we really need each and every one of you to bring in also your own network to really build this summit together. If we're looking at the East Africa landscape as a whole, we're seeing East Africa really rise and growing further. We have the startup ecosystem that is being valued at more than $7 billion. We have a 50% surge in startups over the past 5 years. The corona pandemic really created the need for digital transformation, but also created the need of how we need to urgently address the challenges that we're seeing in the ecosystem. We're now seeing over $2 billion in venture capital invested in 3 years into the ecosystem. And guess what? More than 70% of the population is under 30 years, meaning we have a very young, innovative, and agile demographic. Some of the key innovation hubs or different outputs that we're seeing across the region, if you look at Kenya, we're leading in terms of the fintech revolution. And of course, we have to give credit to the M-Pesa technology that has really helped to lead to financial inclusion, that has also birthed other startups across the entire value chain. If you look at Rwanda, they also have startup-friendly policies where an SME or a startup can start a business in just 1 day, and that is something that we can also learn from. If you look at Uganda, they're heavily on the creative industries, and also we've been able to partner with Makerere University through their innovation hub, where they've actually supported different startups to actually do value addition, but at the same time also looking at policy frameworks to really support that ecosystem. And also if you're looking at Tanzania, we have a thriving agribusiness where we can learn and tap into the investment that has been put in there to really catapult other startups in other countries to leverage that. And of course, if you're looking at Ethiopia, it's a growing digital economy in itself and is booming. What is the power of collaborative innovation? If you look at the summit vision, objectives, and also the impact, the vision really is to look at how we can connect startups to networking platforms. Because every time our members speak to startups, they say, I need to talk to so-and-so. Can you open that door? The platform ideally is supposed to create that opportunity for them to access that network. The other thing is also looking at fostering partnerships. How can we create a bridge to build access between private sector and public sector as well? If you look at the public sector, it's our biggest consumer. But unfortunately enough, not many startups have been able to tap into the public sector. So how can we make government procurement services easier for these startups to tap into and to grow? And the other thing also is looking at how we can promote collaboration on a practical level. I know most of you are going to connect today and take each other's contacts, but how many of you are going to do a follow-up email? How many will have a follow-up coffee conversation? How many of you will actually do a project? So the aim for this regional summit is really to move the conversation from talk to action. And that's something that we can also help you to achieve through the summit. The other one also is looking at how we can encourage innovation to work. And here we are actually going to be showcasing groundbreaking, innovative ideas. We have startups that are ready to show to you how they've been able to build their business even in less than 5 years, but they're still remaining resilient, and they're using technology to scale. Some of the success stories that we've seen within the region, of course, we're looking at M-Copper that is doing solar energy and now also has been able to pivot and do financial inclusion. And also we're looking at Safe Border, looking at how we can use technology to provide safe travel and also inclusivity for the communities. And then also looking at Andela and Gebea, which is a global tech talent development platform. The key objectives for the summit is really to look at how we can enhance access to markets and investment. The person you're looking for could just be seated next to you, or it could be online, or it could be on social media. So how then can we support you to link that with them? The other thing is to strengthen regional collaboration. Everyone keeps talking about how we need to come together, but by having this kind of a forum where we actually show up, that means we are really strengthening collaboration frameworks. The other one is looking at how we can empower local entrepreneurship actors. I was having a conversation in the morning with a few colleagues, and if you look at the logo for RIESEA, yes, it's starting in Kenya, but really the goal is to strengthen local innovation ecosystems so that we can light up Africa as a continent. And the other one is to look at how we can showcase innovation, knowledge, and best practices. Everyone keeps complaining that there's no data, but guess what? Data is being held in someone's phone right now. The data is in someone's email. The data is in someone's website. How do we collate all that and put it on a platform where we can all learn and co-create together? The key outcomes out of the 2-day summit, we're looking at how we can deepen the understanding of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, because there are many facets, as what Mike had mentioned about the 6 pillars. There are many things that we need to understand, and we want every stakeholder to feel included in that journey. The other one is strengthening collaboration to address regional challenges and scale innovations, and we actually do have a pipeline of follow-up opportunities that are actually going to be coming out of this summit. The other one is to develop a policy recommendation to really shape the future of regulations and different initiatives. And finally, the biggest outcome is an empowered ecosystem with tools, knowledge, and skills, and also networks to take you to the next level. The different themes are cross-cutting, and they're really trying to address the key issues that are happening within the entrepreneurship sector, and I'll walk you through them. But really the benefit for different stakeholders coming together is that if you're a university, you get access, for entrepreneur, you get linkages to access to funding and regional networking. For universities, we'll be looking at how we can pivot or close that gap from research to commercialization. This afternoon, we're going to be hosting a session, and we also invited universities across, that's a William Davison University Institute that is based at the University of Michigan. We'll also have University of Rwanda, and also we have Kenya's leading universities being part of that panel. If you look at investors, how can we have early access to investment? And we'll have different panels looking at how to unlock investments for early stage startups, but at the same time also looking at how we can embed ESG practices within there as well. For the agenda, it's actually on the website. You can have a look there. And we also going to be developing a knowledge corner where we're going to be talking about the future of work, ESG strategies, hacking habits for entrepreneurial success, building a thriving community, and also the future of data centers as well. As an invitation, as I get the wonderful soundtrack, is really to say, allow yourself to be part of the experience. I know you're busy, I know you're tight in terms of time, but this is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Be part of it and be present. The second one is connect and share with others what you're learning on social media. Use the @ASEC hashtag and also the handle to really share with others. And finally, connections. Be intentional in connecting with people, and let's make East Africa the next global hub for innovation. Asante sana.
As she comes down, thank you, Mercy. Thank you very much. Fantastic. We have been asked to be present, to participate, and to connect. And that's what I invite you to do this day, even as we bring up our first panel that will be discussing how do we boost jobs, not only in Kenya, but across the region. How do we catalyze growth across Africa from this point forward? And just before I call our amazing moderator on stage, when you exit through this door to your right and to your left, we have a few exhibitors. Make sure that you can visit and say hello and purchase something. So we have Vilgro Africa, Pine Safaris, Thomas Siri Africa, African Leadership University, I Choose Life Africa, and Ricky Bags. Our next panel, Boosting Jobs and Economic Growth Through Innovation in East Africa, will be led by our very own Anne Lawi of Impact Gateway Africa, a professional with expertise in investment, entrepreneurship, and ecosystem development. She has previously served as the vice chairperson of ASEC, where she advocated for policy reforms, fostered innovation, and strengthening of Kenya's startup ecosystem. She's also an angel investor with NIBAN, and she evaluates and supports high potential startups, particularly in renewable energy, fintech, and e-commerce, through mentorship and strategic guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as Anne Lawi comes on stage to take us through for the next 40 minutes. How do we boost jobs? We've been told 1.6 billion people, 300 million people. What do we do with this 70% of Africa? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation. Good morning. Good morning. You haven't had tea. I know it's cold, but good morning. Good. As you have heard, my name is Anne Lawi, and I am privileged to be taking us through the first panel of the day, boosting job and economic growth through innovation in East Africa. And for me, I think East Africa is not good enough. I'm saying boosting job across Africa. And I am thrilled to be taking us through, and with me, I have a panel of great panelists with me that will be joining me. But before I do that, I think I need to give us some insights in terms of what we are getting ourselves into. Because innovation is known to be a key driver of economic transformation, a job creator, the glue that is able to make a market thrive. You know, when innovation happens, things are done differently. We have efficiency. We have services delivery on time. But what does that mean in terms of data? So I thought of sharing some key insights when it comes to the population of the number of SMEs, startups, and businesses registered globally. Around 500 million of registered businesses comprises of startup, SMEs, and MSMEs, constituting up to 90% of the businesses registered globally. That is based on the World Bank report. So we are talking around 500 million businesses. They are either SMEs, they are either startup or MSMEs, constituting up to 90% of the businesses registered, creating up to 70% of the job at a global level. When it comes to Africa, we have up to 50 million businesses, either startup, SMEs, or MSMEs, that are registered and domiciled in Africa. And they are generating up to 80% of the job and contributing up to 40% of GDP of the African countries. And why am I sharing this? It's because we're here and we want to talk, how do we create jobs? How do we boost jobs? But the question is, how does the innovation come into the picture when it comes to boosting jobs and creating jobs through innovation in Africa? So I would want to ask ourselves, even as we transition to the panel, what are the top job-creating sector in Africa? An example, based on the World Bank report, in Africa, agribusinesses contribute up to 40% of the job created. And why is so? It's because Africa is more agrarian economy driven, contributing up to 60% of the labor force that we see across the continent. So we are still depending more on traditional industries when it comes to the job created. Secondly, in terms of the industry, it's trade and retail, with 35% of job created across the continent. And why is so? It's because we have a lot of informal markets that create soft cottage businesses that are able to create jobs. And thirdly, light manufacturing, with 15% contribution of the job created across the continent. And why is so? Because of a lot of cottage manufacturing, EPZ, export processing zone, and special economic zones. Job creating, contributing to 12%. And this is contributed a lot to telcos, who have created up to 6 to 7 million agents, businesses forecast. Second one is renewable energy, creating 5%. And this is because of also energy-based agent models that have created a lot of mushrooming jobs. And thirdly is health tech, with 8% job creation annually. And when it comes to future, some of the areas and models that can create jobs is agribusinesses and agri-platform. They have ability because of the networking effect that they can be able to create. But we have to infuse business models, technicalities that can be able to scale and create jobs. Secondly, it's last mile solutions, businesses such as logistics, because they have ability to create a lot of massive jobs in terms of delivery of services at the last mile solution services. And finally, around circular economy. So even as we transition to the conversation that I'll be diving deeper into these numbers, we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing in different organizations that we are in, either in public or government agencies, or even in our businesses, to ensure that we infuse the innovation in what we are doing to be able to create jobs? As we have seen, we are still largely dependent on traditional industries to generate jobs. but there is higher possibility of using innovation to be able to go to the next level of job creation. And to help me dive deeper into this discussion, I would like to introduce the panel that will be joining me into the conversation. And to stage, I would want to welcome Stacy Menga. Please join me. Also, I would want to invite John Getao. Kindly join me to the stage. Please, let's appreciate him. Also, want to call Victor Apollo. Thank you. Please join me. And finally, Faith Inyanchi. Please join me to the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Faith. Karibu sana. Thank you so much. And based on some of the insights I have shared and some of other insights, I know you have been able to go through it as we were looking at our panel discussion, boosting jobs and economic growth in East Africa. So, and I start with John Getao. Please, if you can introduce yourself briefly of what you do, but also give us some insights in terms of what are the must elements that exist in an economic, what are the must elements that exist in an ecosystem for innovation to lead meaningful job creation?
Thank you. I'm John Getao, as I've been introduced, John Kimemia Getao. I thank you, Anne, for that. Now, I don't know how you told me introduction. 20 minutes, 1 minute?
So brief introduction of yourself, and then you can jump into the question.
Okay, thank you. John Getao, I'm from Nakuru. I'm a CEO of two businesses, Rift Valley Institute of Business Studies, which is a TVET college. And also, we have Africa Tech Space. Africa Tech Space focuses on innovation and boot camps. And I'm a member of ASEC. I'm a board member of ASEC. And I think that is it.
Okay, so if you can proceed the question, what are the must elements that exist in an ecosystem for innovation to lead meaningful job creations?
Thank you. Now, allow me to expound on my introduction. Now, number one, I worked for several years in the tea industry. My background training is IT, but I worked in tea industry. Now, when I'm working at the tea industry, there are several things that happen. Number one, we all know that the tea industry employs thousands upon thousands of employees, tea pluckers. And many of them, around the year 2000, lost their jobs through mechanization. Now, the companies wanted to invest in mechanization because that was going to reduce the cost of labor. But then there was a problem with the unions because many people are going to lose jobs. Today, we are in that transition again because today now is not about mechanization, but it's about AI. AI is coming and it's transforming lives. Now, how do we position ourselves so that we don't lose jobs? We know AI, many jobs will be lost, but many, many more jobs will be created. The net effect, actually, there are going to be more jobs created through AI. Now, having worked in those three sectors, I would say that there are three things I would comment about. Skills that solve real problems. Now, coming from TVET industry, and also what I'm just saying about the boot camps, there are several things we have identified. Number one, our academic system. Our academic system seems to prepare graduates for job searching. So somebody graduates so that he's qualified to go and search for jobs. But does that create employment? In my view, what we need is to prepare the youth for the world of job creation. And when we prepare them for the world of job creation, they'll be able, and that can only happen if we train them to focus on real problems that people have. When we talk about innovation, what innovations are we talking about? Just look at the agriculture sector, for example. About 40% of our production is wasted through post-harvest. Look at milk. Milk perishes within about 24 hours, the milk is perishes. Look at cabbages. Cabbages will perish within just about a week. But what can we do to increase the shelf life of these products? For example, milk can be converted to yogurt just at the farm. And this will actually, one, create value. Two, create industries within the village, within the farm, without necessarily people jumping going to the cities. So we can create employment. We can create through innovations at the local industries. We don't have to have these big innovations coming from the education sector. Number two, we need to again to create. We need to look at our academics, and we stop. Right now we so many people looking for jobs and going abroad to get jobs. But we must stop exporting certificates, because people get certificates so that they can look for jobs, and we must start exporting value. I'm one of the believers that the United States of America is a great nation. But one of the things that make them great is because they create value. Something like Facebook was actually created in the university, Stanford University. And then from there, it became a startup, and now it is what we know. Now, number two, innovation must reach the rural person. The rural person must get value. And this value is what I've just talked about, creating jobs at the local market.
So sorry, John, to interrupt. Mm-hmm. But just to spin this over, and as I hand over to Victor, because I can see our time is running out, mm-hmm. I would want us to also be realistic in terms of how we look at our ecosystem and where we are coming from. We talk a lot of training, we talk a lot of program, we talk a lot of university training people for entrepreneurship. But what are those existing examples? For example, when it comes to post-harvest loss, what are those aggregating businesses that have created an existing businesses that is thriving currently? Because we have been in this ecosystem for long. And if there isn't, or there are those who are trying, what is not working? Have we not been able to figure out business models that can work in these markets? Because it's one thing to keep on training, but I can tell you I have been in this ecosystem long enough to know that I have seen businesses aggregating, supporting post-harvest loss, creating e-commerce, but we have nothing to show off. So what are we not doing right? And I would want to spin off that as I hand over to Victor. I know you're supposed to look at, and sorry, you will come to that and you can add that into as we come to the next round. But Victor, I know you are looking at the risk of over-focusing on high-tech innovation in e-commerce, which is, what are the risks of over-focusing on high-tech innovation in economies with informal labor? But looking at our realities, not what we keep on seeing on papers and what we say in panel, but based on the realities that we have on the ground.
Thank you for that question. Firstly, just a quick intro. My name is Victor Apollo, and I work within the United Nations Development Program as the head of solutions mapping. So part of my role is also surfacing grassroots innovations, right? So when you consider the informal economy, which is rightfully the largest employer in the country and in Africa generally, with 80% of the economy largely informal. So there are two risks with regards to focusing on high-tech solutions within the sector. So one is the risk of widening existing inequalities, right? Studies consistently show that informal economy workers have lower levels of education compared to formal economy workers. And so when you look at high-tech solutions, AI, automation, advanced manufacturing, those are, one, capital intensive, two, they also require skilled labor. So considering that bit of lower levels of education within the informal economy, one of the things that you clearly see then is there's a small elite of formal workers who are taking advantage of these solutions at the expense of a larger workforce, 80% of the economy who are being left behind. So that's the first risk. The second risk is misaligning innovation with local needs. When you look at the informal economy, largely, flexible, thrives on flexibility. It also thrives on local demand and low-cost operations, right? Now contrast that with the high-tech solutions, which primarily for productivity gains, focus on formal markets and also, formal industries and also export markets. So in some ways, you're looking at how then do we bridge the local demand, and then given that for what high-tech innovation requires is dependent mostly on formal markets and formal markets and exports, for instance. So there's a mismatch there, and so for me, when you consider those two risks, one is just considering that the informal sector, which has for a number of years been employing the largest population, should tell us that there's clearly something there, right? And so what is this thing that makes a majority of us get into that sector? So one of the things that we can already start looking into is how to collaborate with that sector, and then now bridge these high tech tools within the sector in partnership with, say, the ecosystem, especially when you talk about the entrepreneur support organizations who are primarily trying to support businesses. So let me stop there for that. Yeah.
And then thank you so much, Victor. And you're right. And I can mention one of the, sometimes we want to build very high-tech solutions that may create mismatch with the local realities, right? One of the existing very successful innovation that I have seen, not necessarily in this market, but in Asia, in India, to be specific, is creating existing post office addresses for different big informal markets that have changed how products or services are delivered. And transitioning to Faith, having that in mind, if you will introduce yourself, you can introduce yourself, and also you can tackle what are the role, what role should intermediaries play in closing the skill job mismatch in innovation-led sectors.
My name is Faith Inyanchi. I lead partnerships and fundraising for Finchurch Aid Kenya. And Finchurch Aid ideally is the largest Finnish development corporation, so that links why I think I'm best placed to answer that question. But before I actually answer, I like that ASEC, one of the members, some of the members from ASEC actually represent some of the most vulnerable communities that we have, not just in Kenya, but across Africa. So we're talking about the refugee community, but also informal settlements, and also vulnerable youth across. Because during this conference, summit, when you're talking about innovation, I'd like us to also consider the realities of Africa and our societies and our communities, because we can't just consider innovation as high tech. Yeah, let's also, when you're having conversations, look at and imagine, what does innovation look like for a young person who's in Dadaab? What does innovation look like for a refugee who's in Ruamwanja, which is a refugee camp in Uganda? What does innovation look like for a young person who's in Kerio Valley? Yeah, I think that also needs to be part of the conversation. And just to quickly answer your question, I'd also like to continue from where Victor has left off, and just say that even as we are innovating and looking at tech, what are some of the challenges that actually are in the community? And I'd focus on agriculture maybe, so that I can give an example of what one of the programs we run as an intermediary and how that looks like. I don't know how many of you knew that Elgeyo Marakwet is the second largest producers of Irish potatoes in Kenya. How many knew that? I also didn't know that until last year. I was having a conversation with Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and I actually learned that. But the conversation we hear out in the media is the conflict that is in Elgeyo Marakwet, the conflict that is in Kerio Valley. But there is actually opportunity there as well. Yeah, and young people actually, if they are given opportunities to pivot from what they know as the normal, so cattle farming and other kinds of farming, chicken farming, then we are able to create jobs and strengthen that. And so currently what we are doing is we are piloting a hydroponic farming project, so that we can see and leverage what hydroponic does, because it enables large-scale production, but with very little water and moisture, and that can really work for areas like Kerio Valley, because then when drought comes in Kenya, it's always the most hard-hit communities with drought, and then that also escalates conflict in that region. But then if this works, which is also an innovation actually, then that means young people are able to explore that, and that many jobs can actually be created in Kerio Valley through hydroponic farming. And why I'm saying that is because as intermediaries, our role is to, one, scale whatever innovations that are available, because then we have capacity, not just capacity in terms of technical expertise, but also financial capacity to scale that and ensure it works, and then support the different communities. We have one of our other roles is to work with different players in the ecosystem, because we are piloting that in collaboration with Metropolia University from Finland. But that doesn't mean that we can't work with University of Nairobi. It doesn't mean that we can't work with Strathmore University from Kenya. It doesn't mean that we can't work with Makerere University. So intermediaries play a role in scaling whatever innovations are there, but also connecting the different players in the ecosystem, including government, and how they create policies. Because as Mike was speaking in the morning, he said he's had to start various businesses as they fail. But then how many other Mikes are out there, and what is the government doing about that? Because then that means some of the policies we have actually are impeding on business creation. And businesses, then when businesses fail, that means those are job opportunities that are lost, right? And then finally, I think one of the other roles is, actually two other roles, is de-risking talent for businesses. And that is, we've had a lot of conversation around training and hubs that are going on. So when intermediaries actually support youth and work with youth in that regard, they're able to de-risk in such a way that they are equipping youth with skills that make them ready for the job, so that then you don't have a conversation where you hear someone saying, I'm hiring a master's student, but I'm investing $1 million shillings and for a year before they actually start getting the job done, because then intermediaries are able to de-risk in that way. And finally, they're able to link young people with job opportunities. And allow me to also give an example of one of our projects which I lead, the creative industries, FCA Creative Industries. And we have two projects. One is working with women in the creative enterprise, so women entrepreneurs, ensuring they're able to access accessible and affordable financial support, but also able to access markets, not just in Kenya, but internationally. And then finally, also young people. And for the young creative people who we work with, it's not just skilling technically, but also the soft skills. And I know a lot of people talk about they are not able, Gen Z is not able to hold down a job, yeah? So how do we ensure that when they get the job, they're able to hold down the job? So supporting young people and linking them with job opportunities, which is, we should do this through our linking learning to earning framework. So I hope I've answered.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Faith. Thank you for those insights. I want to transition to Stacey, but even as we go to the next round of questions, I would want us to connect more on intervention, initiatives, projects, startups, businesses that we are working with, and the kind of job they are generating. What are the tools that they're using? What are those innovative way or different way of doing jobs or business models that exist that can create jobs? The opportunities, but also what are they? I know challenges are many, but how can we spin off those challenges to be opportunities? So as I transition to you, Stacey, if you can introduce yourself, and then a brief introduction of yourself, but also share with us how can the private sector align better with government strategies on job creation.
Okay, good morning. My name is Stacey Mbenga. I am a senior HR professional in government, and I am also an entrepreneur and an ecosystem builder. So I probably believe that's why that question was directed to me. Now I'd address this from two angles, because often we think that the government isn't doing anything to address this job crisis. But I want to, change that narrative today, because I work for the government and I've also done business with the government. And I'll give an example of, in 2018, I was one of the subcontractors for the standard gauge railway. And this job actually came by referral, right? I supplied labor there. But one of the gaps was that we could not get the kind of skills that the Chinese were looking for. So if you don't know, the law actually requires that any foreign contractor that comes into Kenya to do business should have a joint venture of 30%, giving 30% to Kenyan contractors or subcontractors. So this is how we ended up there. But even looking at the number of subcontractors that were there in the building the standard gauge railway, we didn't have enough. Why? Because we didn't have the necessary skills or the skilled labor to supply for the construction of this railway. So just looking at Africa at large, you realize that we have a lot of public-private partnerships, and most of which are directed towards infrastructure development. Look at the expressway, look at the standard gauge railway. The problem is we are never prepared. So how I would like to see the private sector align to government strategies in job creation is, first of all, can we invest in technology transfer? Because we keep complaining that we give these big infrastructure projects to the Chinese, but what are we doing about it? We still are offering semi-skilled labor. Between 2018 or 2017 when this SGR project started, and now we are looking at the second phase of it, which is going all the way to the border, right? We've had enough time to invest in tech transfer and skill development for people to actually be ready when this other project comes. Because we know that as developing nations, we are still in the phase of building our infrastructure. Looking at government priorities like manufacturing and things like this, are our people actually prepared for this? So for me, I would actually like for the private sector to invest in tech transfer so that we prepare our people with the skills necessary, that when these people come here, they don't have to import labor, because most of the workers in these projects are Chinese. Why? Because we don't have the necessary skills for this. Secondly, I'd look at this from an advocacy perspective. We have government roundtables. We see KEPSA, KEN, CCI organizing government presidential roundtables. I think they do this every quarter, if I'm not wrong. But this is a chance for the private sector to actually go and advocate for, tax breaks. Let's look at affirmative action. It is working in Kenya, right? Inclusive employment is working, because every end of the financial year, we have to report to the Public Service Commission on values and principles. And one of the key things they really focus on is are you hiring from the minority communities? How many women, how many youth, PWD? And they're very strict on this. In fact, they write back circulars to say, between this period, you should not hire any more people from this community. So it's working in the public sector. Now, how do we rope in the private sector? When you're having this presidential roundtables, can we have these people negotiate for, if we adopt this affirmative action and employ youth, women, and people from minority communities, then can we also get like tax breaks? Let's incentivize our private sector to promote employment of people from minority communities and also women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacey. And going back to John, as I had mentioned, kindly could you share some of the maybe startups, SMEs, or initiatives that you're working with that have capacity to produce massive jobs and the innovation around it?
Thank you. Now, am I audible enough? Oh, good. Now, as I mentioned, we from Rift Valley Institute of Business Studies as a TVET, then we moved over to Africa Tech Space. Now, Africa Tech Space came in because of the realization of the curriculum gaps, that innovations were not necessarily coming out of the curriculum that we are given by the curriculum developers. In this particular case, the curriculum we use is for NEC. So, and with that, we were lucky and delighted that when we just started the Africa Tech Space, we got into the KIEP Skies project, the one funded by the World Bank through the State Department of Industrialization. And that one, we were able to get a cohort of 90 students, who out of them were able to get about 17 startups out of them. And these are startups coming from, basically from, these are graduates, people who have already, out of the 90, these are people who already graduated either with a diploma or degree in various fields. And now they came to be given finishing kind of skills. For example, they'll be given skills such as digital marketing, cyber security, and out of that we're able to come up with innovative ideas, including farming products, where somebody is using technology to come up with an irrigation system. So those are some of the projects we came up with. They might not have gone yet to commercialization. And the gap where we have now is how to help them go into commercialization. Yes, we have started the innovation hubs, and we have gone into creating startups, but they are yet to go into full production and commercialization.
Thank you so much, John. Victor?
Yeah, so UNDP is probably in the next May, June, July. We will be testing out an approach to offering work experience as a service. So there have been conversations every single time around, young people lacking the practical skills, yeah? So the skills mismatch and all that. So how we are going about it is, so rather than have young people go into organizations, companies, we give them specific tasks, right? So these tasks, they'll be working on them for a period of 3 months. So we've tested this from a formal perspective. So I see, the initial experiment we did was to work with young people to come up with a map of all the water infrastructure in Tana River County. And so that has given us a sense of, if they're given a platform to apply the skills, then that can happen. So how we are going to do this is use the informal economy as one of the platforms. So there are different tasks within the informal economy that they'll be working on with the support of an industrial ecosystem. And so the other call to action is if your organization has a task that you feel you can throw at young people to work on for a period of 3 months. So this is in partnership with Pwani University. That should be something that qualifies for their attachment. Please do let us know. So that's one way. And probably the last bit is, especially considering the informal economy. So there's room to co-create solutions, looking at the productivity gaps within the sector, and also bringing in aspects of AI, especially the off-the-shelf tools which are easily accessible to improve the sector. Right.
Thank you. And Faith?
So in our work in the creative industry, as at, I see time's up, so I'll rush it up. As at June 2024, we had trained about 600 young people from the informal sectors and also from the refugee community. And as at June 2024, about 60% of those had already either gotten employment in the different private sector institutions that we work with, or were thriving in their own entrepreneurship businesses, in as much as the businesses were just starting. Yeah, so about 60% of the young people who we have trained already have earning opportunities, and that means they're able to have a decent livelihood. But then pivoting from that, in our program within the circular economy, we work with women waste speakers, and what we have done is encourage them to find ways of turning that waste into something productive, so that then they can get into the entrepreneurship phase within that. And we are doing that in terms of groups, savings and loans associations. And so far, about 10 groups have already been registered and are actively doing business. Yeah. So I'd say if we are able to invest and work together collaboratively, then we can actually make impact in our community.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my panelists. You have done an amazing job. I'm giving you each 30 seconds for your wrap up in terms of boosting jobs, the innovations, and also creating partnership, and also infusing tech. So 30 seconds, Stacy.
And secondly, when encouraging investments, I think let's also start looking at other success metrics, and because investors only come here looking at their return on investment. But if we can start promoting community development, employment in those minority areas, then I think we'll go far in terms of job creation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming from the TVET sector, I would say that we are well set for skills development. Skills that we produce will make the learners to be solution providers, and this solution provision should lead to startups that will create jobs.
Thank you, Victor.
So minds at the margin are not marginal minds. There's a lot we can learn from the informal economy. So let's try and bridge the high tech with the frugal innovation.
Thank you, Faith.
I think innovation without inclusion is going to create a wider gap. So I'd say we need to create, to come up with innovations that are inclusive for all our communities, but also encourage collaboration for all of us to come together, because we cannot talk about tech jobs and yet not all of us are on the same table. So private sector, the development sector, the tech world needs to come together, so that then we can speak from the same page.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. And we can just stand and maybe have a picture for the panelists.
Insights when it comes to job creation in the era that we live in. Haven't they been amazing? I hope you guys have enjoyed even looking at how the impact they've had so far within creating jobs. Asanteni sana. Let's give them another round of applause even as they have their seats. Asanteni. Thank you. Asante sana. So ladies and gentlemen, we've covered much in terms of looking at what the next era looks like in terms of job creation. And when we look at Africa, the median age is 21 years. And we have a bulging youth population. And these conversations are quite pivotal, even as we look at creating opportunities for the next generation of movers and shakers within the African region. And to take this conversation further, we just want to hear also some insights from the Kenyan landscape and the innovation landscape, which has really become something quite conversational even in day-to-day agenda. So right about now, I just want to invite Mercy, a CEO of ASEC. Mercy will just join me up on stage, even as she makes welcome the next speaker for this conversation, and who's going to be none other than the CEO for Kenya National Innovation Agency here in Kenya. Karibu sana Mercy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our wonderful MC. Thank you for the first panel for really contextualizing what the opportunities lie for the Regional Innovation Entrepreneurship Summit. So I have the pleasure of inviting our very key partner that has walked the journey with ASEC for a very long time, even before we had even a name to put to this association, but really to recognize his efforts in driving the innovation ecosystem forward. And we have none other than Dr. Tony Omwansa, who's the CEO of the Kenya National Innovation Agency. He has been overseeing the national innovation ecosystem. He's been a board member of the Information Systems Audit and Control Association, and also being part of the Institute of Electronics Engineers. So we're really dealing with someone technical here, but at the same time also inspirational. And also he serves on the board of trustees of the Kenya National Research Fund. Dr. Omwansa has more than 15 years of experience in Africa's technology and innovation ecosystem, and he has founded different entrepreneurship programs, such as the fintech and mobility sector. He's also been a faculty member at Strathmore University and also at the University of Nairobi. Additionally, he created the platform, the Kenya Innovation Week, that now also has been, as a prelude for that was the Nairobi Innovation Week, that really brought together more than 50 partners. His research and consultancy spanned over technology, innovation, financial inclusion, mobile transactions for clients like the Kenyan government, World Bank, and the Gates Foundation. One thing you will not know about Dr. Tony is that he's really accessible. If you need anything, if you have an idea about how to strengthen the innovation ecosystem, Dr. Tony really had opened his doors, not only to himself, but the entire agency to really come in and plug into the association and also the entrepreneurship sector. So karibu sana Dr. Tony. Let's welcome with a round of applause as you deliver your keynote address as well.
I didn't know I'm that short. Okay. Thanks very much. Really great to be here today, just to join and celebrate together and inspire each other about where we've come from, where we are, and where we possibly should be headed. I was asked to have a little presentation around the government's commitment in fostering, innovation and entrepreneurship for socio-economic development. And from where I stand, we don't want to separate too much government from the ecosystem. We are part and parcel of one big ecosystem. And so all protocols observed, and my name, Tony, I've been in the innovation space for quite a while, has been introduced in academia, in a bit of industry, development space, and now government. I don't know what next I'm going to do. Maybe become a farmer. Every time we gather together, I like to ask myself something like this. Are we doing too many meetings? Are we gathering too many times? The other day I was reflecting on, do we also pray too many times when you go to church every other time? Are you also praying too much? But maybe every time you gather together, you reflect on certain things, you energize yourself, you reevaluate based on where you're coming from and what you're doing. And so, great opportunity to connect again and reflect. Now, looking at this theme and the engagements about regional innovation entrepreneurship, I was excited about a couple of things. First, regional competitiveness. And I don't know whether we take time to think about our global ranking and competitiveness. And this could be the Global Innovation Index, or it could be things like competitive index. And you can recognize that year in, year out, there is work to do. Whether it is just a question of submission of data, or it's a question of building the systems that get the results that we want. There's always work to do. And on the topic around investment markets, job creation, I'm particularly interested in the area of investment, that's the funding and the areas of market. And these are two areas we've prioritized in the Innovation Agency this year, markets and funding. To the extent that we have officers specifically who are focused on ESOs, funding, investment, and the startups, and by extension, access to market. Now, here's some insights I picked a little bit just about access to market. That access to market is actually even more critical than access to funding. Reason is, it directly impacts revenue, it directly impacts customer acquisition, and the long-term sustainability of an enterprise. A study by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that 74% of businesses cite difficulty in finding customers, compared to 35 of them who say that they are having a challenge accessing credit. So many a times we talk about access to funding, but data shows otherwise. Here is another survey done by Partech Africa in 2003 saying that investors are more likely to fund startups that have a clear go-to-market strategy. That's an issue of market. 65% of successful startups in Kenya had a well-established market success. Once a startup demonstrates cross-border, and now here we're having conversations that are regional, cross-border scaling, the valuation goes up by 30%. That's how powerful then market becomes. Investors tend to prioritize startups with market traction and customer acquisition strategy over those that solely focus on financial stability. So it goes without saying that once I crack it with access to market, and then funding also becomes a lot easier. And the question has always been, what's your horizon of the market? When I was growing up, my horizon was very small. And as time goes by, I hope we all think global as the space for market. Now, over 70% of our population in the country, and you could almost say in Africa, is basically under 35. And these are people who are rich with ideas, aspirations, energy. They are hungry for transformation. You feel it every other day. The question is whether our systems that we've actually built over time are actually able to tap into this energy, or rather they remain a bit fragmented, extractive, and they build for a kind of an economy that doesn't exist. And many a times you have these problems of you create solutions and then we're looking for the problems. Now, we have talent, and I think the question of startup activities going on and so on and so forth is great. But sometimes you also start questioning yourself whether we're not suffering from the challenges of undercapitalization, over pitching ideas, and over presenting who we are and the successes that we have. And whether this is both a local issue on regional issues, or even it's even global. But I hope that we may not be suffering from where we have a very strong intent and strong desire, but we're not good at execution. I've kind of noted this issue, having been in government a little bit, about policies and strategies and master plans and roadmaps. Very well thought out. The intent is great, but we struggle a little bit with execution. And that calls for more people who are passionate with effective execution of our policies. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about the Innovation Agency, and some of the things we've attempted to do in a more practical way are to try and energize the ecosystem. We have this simple definition that innovation is change that adds value. As simple as that. It's change that will add some value. And we've set up to develop the national system of innovation. And every other time I meet parliamentarians and policymakers and so forth, they always ask, what is your unit of measure? Okay, so we say you're building a system. Your body is a system. Okay? Now, if your body is a system, your eye, your nose, your everything, they function. Our desire is that, each of those elements functions optimally. And then the interconnection between those elements also functions optimally. It becomes a little difficult to measure what is, when you're okay, then you don't need a doctor, all right? So what's a big deal about an innovation agency? But you see, ultimately it's about creating jobs and wealth. and enterprises. That really becomes the outcome. So in other words, I keep looking at how do we interact and how do various components of the ecosystem work, so then we can see as many jobs as possible emerging out of it. And we've organized ourselves to focus on two main priority areas. One is around the commercialization systems, and here we put a lot of attention to trying to generate as many research-based enterprises as possible. When we say research-based, then we're looking at institutions of higher learning, at research centers, the policy atmosphere, the teaching and learning, how entrepreneurial leadership is structured, the funding that needs to go, protection of intellectual property, and so on and so forth. And that journey has led us to arriving at building entrepreneurial institutions at the heart of it. And the most important stakeholder is the head of institution. We've mapped this thing out so well. That maturity framework is a self-assessment mechanism that helps us to know where we are as an institution, and when we multiply by the number of institutions, the parameters we look at are about 9, and there are several indicators that we measure, and the institutions are monitoring themselves as they move forward and create interventions that then make them more entrepreneurial. Because to us, our success is not how the innovation agency succeeded. It has a lot to do with how those institutions succeeded, because at the end of the day, those jobs will be created by those young people or those faculty members. This is something I've asked myself several times, whether it's not yet time to superimpose to our ESOs, our incubations, hubs, and so on and so forth. Because growth, because we are not in isolation, we are in a global platform. And how well we stack up determines how well we attract funding, partners, investments, and so on and so forth, and how we are visible. So I've thought a little bit about this, and this is something that I hope to have conversations with ASEC and others about how we inbuild the element of self-improvement. Because you're intrinsically motivated to get better, and you're always asking yourself, how do I make my ESO more globally competitive? We do face challenges, and I think a number of us have talked to these issues of skills, issues of access to markets and finance, and how to navigate infrastructure. The other day, I really got persuaded that, we're going to try and build a national platform for all the infrastructure that is available. I don't know how many of you know that there is an amazing infrastructure of Kirdi in Kisumu, where you can actually do things to do with the leather, you can do things with food processing and so forth, and there are a lot of researchers there who can support with your intellectual property. As an example, and I met so many of them, I go, wow, I didn't know there was such a facility. Over the last 3 or so years, we've funded a lot of labs, research labs, specialized labs in institutions of higher learning and research centers, and I struggle to see whether they are optimally used. And I hope that through the efforts that we're trying to build of digital platforms will enable people to understand where these facilities are. Let me speak a little bit to the issues, a couple of issues that I see which are pillars for action that we want to keep an eye on. The first of all is innovation in access to finance. Now, sometime late last year, we had a debate actually at the Innovation Week, and the debate was whether there is sufficient funding. And it was amazing to me that the people who actually were arguing that there is sufficient funding to get us moving actually won. Now, the issue then is not funding. The issue is the access to that funding, and whether people know and whether they are well equipped to access that kind of funding. And what we've now transitioned this year as an innovation to do is a lot of work around corporate venture funding, because the very fact that Kenya does very well globally or in an African context in terms of attracting funding is a demonstration that there is an opportunity. Nobody invests if there is no opportunity. And the fact that some of these resources, some of this wealth ends up going out because when exits happen, then the money basically went, means that we are losing an opportunity. And that's time to grow more of local, attracting local investment. And we're making a lot of effort now in mobilizing local funding. And one is strengthening venture development by corporates and creating a business case for them and trying to grow as many of them as possible. And we've started making inroads in that direction. The potential we see is enormous. The second one is around impact investment. So as an agency, we're going to spend a lot of time energizing impact investment because we know that funding to scale is with private sector. Government can give de-risking funding, and that's okay. It will get you to TRL 1, 2, maybe 3 at most. But then we can't scale without partnership. The second element is markets. So we have 3 innovative ways we want to look at these markets. One, through these corporates, because just imagine Britain providing you as a startup with the market of all their infrastructure, the countries they are present in, and so on and so forth. If we build a business case of providing markets to the startups, leveraging the infrastructures that corporates have, we open up a big story, because like I said, it's more important to think about the market and then the funding. The second bullet is around procurement, and I think I had that issue of the supply chain of corporates. We can support innovation through that process of linking innovators with the supply chain of corporates. The third thing that we're going to be experimenting, which we designed sometime last year, is an innovation fellowship program that enables innovators to tap into government opportunities through a government-to-government framework. Because it may be challenging as an individual to compete effectively, but the innovation agency can achieve this through a government-to-government framework, get these projects and initiatives, and then engage innovators in solving them. Now, the last 2 years, we've invested our energy along in the area of the commercialization systems. And some of the things we've seen: improvement of entrepreneur institutions. They've built master plans, they've developed maturity frameworks that they use to assess areas that they need to strengthen themselves. We've done a lot of capacity building for institutional leaders, including taking them to other countries to immerse themselves for about a week or so. We've done a lot of reviews of policies. We've helped institutions to set up innovation funds, and we've helped some to improve the infrastructure, and including enhancing the way teaching and learning happens for innovation and entrepreneurship. It amazes me that sometimes the academia could easily be left behind in the way they would deliver, whether they are building founders or SMEs or just giving grades for entrepreneurship, are questions to keep asking ourselves. We've been active in supporting the policy area through the innovation master plans and the National Innovation Master Plan, Build an Innovation Strategy. Now I see ourselves putting a bit of attention on the national innovation policy and strategy. The other area we're very active is around the IP policy issues. So we expect that somewhere around May, June, when we hold the Startup Festival on the 4th and 5th, the global head of IP, WIPO, would be in town. And one of the things we are aiming to launch at that time is our national IP policy, because we feel there is a lot of work to be done in the IP regime of the country. We've done a lot of experimentation with research commercialization, supporting researchers. We run an acceleration program and provide a lot of support to researchers who have potential commercial value. Lately, we are designing a tech transfer as a service, tech transfer office as a service. Now, it became clear that it is not possible for all institutions of higher learning to set up meaningful tech transfer offices, because it requires a business case, quantity of research output, quality of research output, access to markets, linkages which are not just local but global, and so on and so forth. So we've put together and hired a team to run a tech transfer office as a service, which is accessible to as many institutions who become members. And we are piloting with about 14 universities who are now officially members of the institution. And we've kind of separated it from the mainstream government and put it as a trust, so that it is possible to build certain elements within it. One of them being a fund. So we're building a fund for research-based innovations. Two is a venture builder. And this time around, we're starting off with the bioeconomy space as an area, and then expand to others. I also will speak a little bit to some of the work we've done in that capacity building area, because it's skills. Remember, we spoke about skills, infrastructure, we're talking about access to funding. The other day I got persuaded that even DVCs needed capacity building, and so we've started a program specifically for deputy vice chancellors. Every time I get asked this question, why are you spending so much time with this cohort of people? And it's because they build the next generation. If you get the fundamentals right, then the byproduct is much easier over time. As part of inclusion, we are going to be starting a program on innovation mashinani. And this is trying to attend to frugal innovation, people who are in the rural areas, thinking through about women founders, thinking about underserved regions. So there's a specific instrument we're trying to construct for that matter. We've got a couple of two other things that I'll mention in conclusion. One is the Pan-African Network of Innovation Agencies. So we mobilized some resources to set up a network of agencies. Why? It's because we think there is opportunity to strengthen policy linkages. That's okay, networking, that's okay. But more importantly for me is the access to market opportunities, because we can do soft landing opportunities for startups. And we're piloting a little bit of that. And also this network has kicked off with about 14 innovation agencies in Africa. And Kenya, where we sit, is basically the team that is championing this initiative over the next 3 or so years. And we think that as a startup or as an ESO who want to leverage that network, there is quite an interesting opportunity. We ran the Presidential Innovation Challenge and Award, and we've piloted that for the last 2 years. And there are many, many lessons we've learned out of it. That there are amazing innovations and startups and projects out there, and some of the people I see in the room have been judges of that program. We started off by focusing on youth, and now we've expanded into startups, we've expanded into students, we've expanded into researchers, and we see that huge potential for society. The other initiative we have currently is around innovation clusters. You know, for the last 2 or 3 or so years, we've been sector agnostic. It's one thing to champion innovation in a sector agnostic manner, but then in practical terms, the experiences and the realities of somebody innovating in bioeconomy are very different for somebody who's doing in manufacturing or climate change and so on and so forth. And so we've begun a program around strengthening innovation clusters, and this year there's going to be a lot of attention on the bioeconomy. We've got some meetings happening around 24th, bringing all the stakeholders together of the bioscience and bioeconomy space, and then over time we'll start expanding to different clusters. What that will translate to is that we see lots and lots of convenings happening with very many specific targets. You know, I asked myself this question some time ago. If you want to win in an Olympic and you really want to compete, you don't prepare 4 years in advance. You probably think 10, 15 years in advance. A little child born, you assess the strength of that child, and then you start preparing that child in a certain way. You go through the academies and so on and so forth, targeting 15 years when they will go for the first Olympic. And the question for you and I, we want unicorns. How do we start the journey? Is it a 2-3 year journey? I think it's a 10-15 year roadmap. And the challenge of thinking long term and holding on for that long term is probably part of what we need to work on. How sustainably we can think about some of these things. And that's part of what we want to do with the innovation clusters. So we pick bioeconomy. One of the targets is over the next 10, 15 years, we want to build unicorns. Start now. It fits within your education system. It fits within your research institution, and so on and so forth. So I look forward to great ideas out of these conversations here and engagements, and any resolutions that you think we can pick up as an innovation agency. More than happy to work together towards that. And it's my singular honor to officially open this conference and therefore declare it officially open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you for those insights. Asante sana. Asante. I think from this conversation, Daktari, there's this quote you like saying, innovation is change that adds value. And indeed, such a conversation even presents such an opportunity for us to have such conversations, that innovation really adds value through change. So, Daktari, please, karibu sana. We want to have a photo moment with you. Let me invite also, you can't be alone. Karibu sana. So, I'd also like to invite some partners, and also ASEC board members, karibuni sana for a photo moment. World Bank, a rep from World Bank, Kiep, Skies, Weinberg, E4 Impact, CIO, Pine Safaris, if you're here, kindly join us up on stage as well. Sustainable Business Consulting, Nakuru Box, Little Cab, we have Kenya in the room, and KSG. Karibu. And the director of photography will direct us ably according to his prowess in this area. So we'll just look forward, good people, and give in some good smiles for the camera. We're ready? Karibu sana. Ready when you are. It looks too formal. So I have a suggestion, a fun one, and Joe will join us as well up on stage. So millennials like doing this pose. So I want to invite you to do a pose that resonates with your generation. Sawa? Sawa? So, yeah, we're doing a funky one. Thank you, Chairperson, for that. Are you ready when you are? And you guys will judge if these are funky poses. And 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good stuff.
Oh, another one.
Muko
Okay, let's do another one, yes.
Another funky one, all right?
Let's all anguka nayo.
Wamesema anguka na?
Don't sing. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go. Good stuff. Amazing stuff. Let's appreciate them. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate their poses? 10? 9? Wamejaribu, si ndio? Let's give it up for our able partners and also for the ASEC board members as well. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had very interesting conversations coming underway through even the panel discussion. And right about now, we're about to pivot into another also special segment. What we want to also present is some showcases from actually startups that are doing phenomenal things within the Kenyan jurisdiction and also in Africa. And part of what came out strongly is about creating job opportunities. And part of that being AI being a fundamental aspect of it. You know, the Economic Outlook report for 2025 speculates that AI will create 170 million jobs and displace 92. So the net increase, according to the Economic Outlook report for 2025, is 78 million jobs will be created. And leading that charge is none other than the founder of Signverse. So I want us to make welcome Eli Savate, even as he joins me up on stage and share some reflections on how he's been able also to drive impact through automation and other creations through innovation. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate Eli, even as he joins me up on stage. Karibu sana.
Yes.
Good stuff. Karibu.
Before I say anything, let me teach you how to say something without words. So everyone hold your right hand like this. Then gently wave it on your forehead. Congratulations, you've just said hello in sign language. My name is Eli Savatia. I'm the founder and CEO of Signverse. I'll briefly take you through my innovation journey. So 3 years ago, I was training robotics in different regions around Kenya with a couple of organizations. And I had my first time interaction with the students with hearing disability. And this was my introduction to the world of sign languages. So it was very clear for me that in that occasion, only one sign language interpreter and you have over 400 deaf. Ideally, the ratio for the need for sign language interpretation was not ideal. And I put myself on a journey to try and bridge communication barriers for the deaf and hard of hearing community. And that's how Signverse was born. And at Signverse, we are powering inclusive communication for a connected world. And globally, the number is actually very alarming. We have 5.5%, which is roughly 466 million people who suffer with hearing loss. About 80 million of them, their primary mode of communication is sign language. And Africa, 40 million. And what Signverse does is we've built a platform that ideally enables the hearing world to connect with the deaf world. And we love to think about these more like a visual kind of Google Translate for sign language. And how our platform works, which I'll give you a short demo later after this, is we're able to interpret text and speech to sign language seamlessly through a digital interface. And this seamlessly integrates with a digital ecosystem, sort of apps, websites, events, meetings, videos, just to ensure inclusive access to information for everyone. And our vision is to create a world where information and communication is universally accessible, and we're leveraging the power of artificial intelligence, motion capture technologies, and to ideally ensure this access to digital ecosystems. Yeah. So in terms of market size, it's pretty huge. If you look at research from Gallaudet University, it's a fully sign language university in the US. They approximate that sign language in itself, which encompasses, communications, is a 10 billion worth economy. And looking at the interpreter economy as well, around 1.2 billion. And ideally, we're looking at how do we champion accessibility as a standard, and how do we democratize access to assistive technologies. So we may want to integrate persons with disabilities, but we may not have the tools that effectively integrate them into day-to-day lives, in organizations and just across. Then how do we ensure that we enable even the corporate world to effectively adopt this to make their workplaces more inclusive? And this is our team. We're a team of young people with expertise across technology, business development, 3D, motion capture, interpretation, data science. And we are also being supported by a very strong advisory board across assistive technology, AI, sign language, business development. And we work with a very diverse team. We have more than 20 signers who who collect the sign language data that powers our platform. And our business model ideally cuts across customer care, websites, images, documents, advertising, video content, announcements, and we're looking at B2B to C to G kind of subscriptions, and it's applicable literally anywhere communication is concerned. So if you're looking at learning management systems, schools, workplaces, even airports, hospitals. And so this is our product portfolio. So Tap4Web. So Tap4Web, it's a website plugin that can be integrated onto any website, ideally to make the content on the website accessible in sign language. You may ask me why sign language? The language structure for sign language is very different from English. And it's as complex as French is, as Spanish is. And what we've done now is we are able to integrate this tool on websites to make this content accessible in sign language. Then our flagship product is Tap360, which is web-based currently, and it's an all-in-one platform that enables text-speech input, sign language output through very hyper-realistic, photorealistic avatars that actually close to human. And the same platform enables uploading of documents, videos, literally any information, and we're able to convert that to sign language through customizable avatars depending on what the end user wants it to look like. And we've been privileged to be awarded the Presidential Innovation Award, Dr. Tony, the Kenya National Innovation Agency, also the Inclusive Africa Award, and the Commonwealth Secretary General's Award for Innovation. And we actually invested all this money into our technical infrastructure that has helped us to collect sign language data. We've also been privileged to exhibit our technology in global events, from Global Disability Summit, Africa Tech Festival, and just recently we've had just unlocked post revenue, and we ideally captioned one of the event videos for Huawei in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of ICT. And I'll request the media team to kindly just play that so that you can visualize what I'm talking about. Thank you. So as you see on that screen, this is our digital signer here. So what Huawei did is they sent us a video of their impact for the Kenya DigiSchool connectivity, and they requested us to ideally caption it in sign language. You can play it.
Now, the definition of infrastructure in our environment has totally changed. Previously, we looked at classrooms, we looked at laboratories, but today, with the emergence of technology, internet in itself is a major area that we shall be looking at. So, as we move forward, internet becomes a central tool in our learning environment. On the question of inclusivity, today we are facing challenges in certain parts of the country because of shortages of teachers. As we widen the scope of connectivity of internet,
I think
it will be more easier for us to share resources that we have.
Yes.
We are also committed.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give you a clear pictorial, like what I'm talking about. So currently, I think if you look at the progress from where we started to where we are, our avatars are much more photorealistic. They look close to human, and we've actually, thought through our business model, and we're currently onboarding corporate clients. And our mission is to enable the world be accessible to persons living with hearing disability. And these characters are customizable in nature and also very much localized to Kenya Sign Language. And we do have the infrastructure to enable us collect more sign language dialects. As it stands currently, we think we have the biggest sign language data set for any African sign language, and we are going to be ramping it up to 20,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eli. Asante.
Thank you, Eli.
This is a true embodiment of the sort of ingenuity that we have within the African landscape, and I think Eli really embodies that well. Sindio? So we celebrate Eli and the likes of such people who've taken a notch higher in terms of coming up with innovations that are impactful. So I'm just thinking about some reflections over this period that we've had, from the first segment that we had into the panel discussion. And let me throw it over to you, Joe. What have you picked out in terms of convo?
On a light note,
Yes.
Where is Eli? Wangeshi Wahome is here. Eli, are you looking for investors?
Yeah.
Wangeshi can help us draw out the
They're only loaded
contracts
with
and
investors.
the IP protection that we need to do.
Fantastic. What are your
It's
takes?
the power that we have to be able to collaborate and move Africa forward.
Yes.
Looking to where ASEC started,
Yeah.
history, date. The toughest time was during COVID, but it still brought all the ESOs together, brought governments together, brought players together. And just listening to the statistics today, 1.6 billion people in Africa,
Right.
330 million people in EAC, but we have the power to invest in technology
Right.
and grow these sectors. And even being reminded by that it's possible for us to go to the places that we never think about. There is opportunity there. I'm trying to think if someone has gone to my village in Kakamega to discover what is different there that can go through. And what government is doing in terms of innovation, access to funding. There's so many government funds right now.
Absolutely.
But bringing on board the private sector to ensure that we can scale. ASEC has been talking about sustainability and scale.
Right.
As far back as last year. So looking forward to more conversations.
I have a Rwandan word for that. You know, early in the morning we're sharing some insights, and I started off by greeting people in Rwanda, in Kinyarwanda. I happened to attend a certain summit in Rwanda, and some of the insights, somebody said Umuganda. Say Umuganda.
Umuganda.
So Umuganda is a word meaning the collective effort that we put towards driving change. So it's equivalent for Nyumba Kumi in Kenya. I don't know if we have an equivalent word for it. Any takers? Nyumba Kumi? Is Nyumba Kumi sufficient? But you know, Umuganda really embodies what ASEC is trying to do. Even regional conversations around how we can scale innovation and actually have an impact. So my word for you, you said I come up with the Rwandan word, Umuganda it is.
Umuganda.
Umuganda.
I have gotten the response for the first one in the morning. Ask me.
Muramutse.
Muramutse neza.
Hey, let's give it up for
I had to talk to my relatives while I was seated there.
That's good stuff.
I wanted to mention Faith. So Faith, thank you very much for the statistics and telling us that we should look beyond our normal parameters.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that there are exhibitors right outside. To your left, once you exit through this door, to your left and to your right, you'll find exhibitors with amazing things, amazing content, amazing products that you can just even interact and ask a couple of questions so that they also get to feel what your interests are and also to benefit from what they have for you. I don't want to be the one standing between tea break and people, so I'll let you do the honors of elongating this conversation.
We've been talking about collaboration. Now it's when we collaborate ourselves, our stomachs, and we get to network.
Absolutely.
To my left are 2 T points. We have exactly 15 minutes. Starting now, we should all be seated by 12 o'clock to have the next session going. So to my left, if you exit, stand, exit to my left, 2 T-points, and then remember the executive chambers, straight ahead, to my right, the gents, to my left, the ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand on our feet. Your things are secure.
Your things are secure.
And this is what I want you to do as you're going for tea. Look at me, look at me, look at me. All of you face me. Let's stand. Let's stand, let's stand. Good, fantastic. You're about to replace the energy. Hands up. You're going to high-five me thrice. And then don't sit down. After you high-five me, please go for tea and take a health break. So let's do it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Enjoy your tea.
Amazing. Joe, we should lead the church. You mentioned you're from Kakamega?
Yes.
Tunde tukunywe chai.
Asante.
Asante. Madam. Alrighty. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have another tea station on this other end. So you don't have to queue, make a long queue on that other side. You can utilize this other end as well. There's a tea station with refreshments that are equal to the other refreshments on the other side. Also utilize this other tea station. Asante. Just to mention again, we have another tea station on this other side. Please make use of it. It's specially for you. So you can use this other tea station on this other side. Asante.
Is this world. Only this world. This world.
Hey, you know what? Let me hit that.
Really?
I can handle it.
I am certain that you cannot.
Oh, come on, I smoked a ton of weed in the 90s.
Right, the 90s.
I ask you about love, but they quote me a sonnet. You've never looked at a woman and been totally vulnerable. Oh my God, put an angel on earth just for you. Could rescue you from the depths of hell, and you wouldn't know what it's like to be her angel.
On to. Good people, we can start making our way back to the plenary session. We want to quickly pivot to the next bit for the next panel conversation to have ample time for discussion. So allow me once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're done with your coffee, with your cup of tea, with refreshments, kindly let's make way to the main plenary session. We're about to kick off the next segment of the Regional Innovation and Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa. So mabibi na mabwana, tunaweza kurudi tujumuike hapa for the main plenary session. We're going to quickly transition to the next panel conversations. Alrighty. So you can have your seats. Karibuni. We are starting our conversation, our next panel discussion that is fully packed and fully loaded, and the panelists, discussants are here to engage with us in matters Africa and matters trade. Allow me to call you back to the main plenary. Karibuni sana. Let's come back to the plenary, main plenary. Even as we continue with the panel conversations are about to ensue. Asanteni, I'm seeing a couple of you guys are making your way back. Let's come all. Let's come back to the main plenary. If we can have kindly some of the ASEC team, our hosts, to kindly help us to just help guide our guests to their seats, even as we resume for the next session. Asante. Hey, doctor. How are you? Going to join now. How about when I introduce you for your bio, then you come. I came to engage you. Yeah, your board. Yeah. Pleasure. Danita. Oh, yours is not on? Hey, you should see. When did I see this face? That was out. Karibu. Karibu. Take conversation.
Sorry. Yeah. You know when it's cold, guys just slow down.
That's not
So you need to go there. Join.
And this man here wants to back it.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the main plenary. Tunarudi pale. Asanteni. Let's pick up the conversations on the other side. Good people, we're back for the panel discussions.
I have a offer for you.
Good people. History ni moto. Can we continue? Tuendele pale.
I tell him now. Sign up as member.
Mr. Joazo. Okay, good stuff. I'm seeing you're making your way back to your seats. Asante. Our next conversation is about to ensue, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to invite you to your seats. If you still have your cup of coffee or cup of tea, you can just enter with it even as we continue to the next conversation, which is a panel discussion that will feature a lot of conversations around trade even within the African region. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you once again to your seats. Karibuni. We're about to pick it up again and take it a notch higher, even as we look at how we can build Africa together. Asanteni, you can make your way to your seats. We begin now. Karibuni sana. Asanteni. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our next session, which we're about to really carry on and take it to the next level and come up with practical solutions that will lead Africa and leapfrog Africa to the next level. And I really believe it strongly in my heart that in this room, we have the people needed, the expertise required, the ingenuity that is present to take Africa to the next level. So even as you have your seats, allow me to invite those that are outside to just join us in the main plenary session. And this is promising to be a fantastic panel discussion around matters trade within the African continent. Asanteni, make your way to your seats even as we pick up where we left off on a very high note. And even as we network and have conversations, just to remind you that these conversations are also featuring on our social media platforms. You can search out ASEC on LinkedIn and Facebook as well, and on Instagram, ASEC News, as well as X, which is formerly Twitter. Asanteni sana, make your way to your seats. Asanteni, I have a challenge for you. If you're in the room and you know someone that is outside, I want to give you this challenge of texting them and mwambie, karibu, we are continuing the conversation. Asante. And we also have our ASEC team to just help us coordinate guys back to their seats as we pick up the conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, it's now 12:13 and I have the honor of picking up where we left off and starting this next panel discussion. So just to lay the premise in terms of foundation for what we're going to encounter and what we're going to engage on in this conversation is around the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And many has been said concerning this very agreement of its promise of shaping Africa's trade ecosystem. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the moderator for this conversation. And this is none other than Dr. Benedette, who's going to join me up on stage shortly as we carry on the conversation. So Dr. Benedette is well qualified to speak on matters trade, and she's going to help us to just carry this conversation to the next level. Tuko pamoja? Are we together? If you can hear me, wave at me. Good stuff. That's good sign enough that we are together in this conversation. So the panel discussion is cross-border entrepreneurship leveraging African Continental Free Trade Area. So Dr. Benedette, allow me to invite you to join me up on stage. Karibu. Let's appreciate Dr. Benedette as she joins me up on stage. So Dr. is from E for Impact, and she has weighty conversations that she'll guide. And believe you me, the panelists are ready. They've been preparing for you. They've been preparing for what you're about to engage in, and they're ready to take us to the next level. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank
Karibu.
you so much.
Daktari, I have a challenge for you. In one of the official East African languages that we have, I just want you to greet the people even as you introduce yourself. Maybe I give her a hint.
Does cucumber count?
Well done. Proceed, Daktari.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Bernadette, as you have heard. I'm really privileged today to steer this discussion. I think Dr. Tony really laid the foundation for us in terms of the importance of the topic that we are going to discuss today. So the challenge now has shifted for SMEs from access to funding to access to what? Access to? Yes. So today we are going to have a discussion on cross-border entrepreneurship leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area. And just to give a few statistics as we begin, and I'm going to be very fast. We only have 40 minutes to unpack a very important discussion. So Africa, I know we may spell it differently, short form, is one of the most ambitious projects that aims to create a single market of 4 billion. And I'm corrected this morning, it's no longer 1.4. We are talking about 1.6 billion people in Africa with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion. So for us who are looking for markets, we have about 1.6 billion people in Africa. So for African startups and SMEs, this is not just an agreement, it's an open door to scale, collaborate, and thrive across borders. Let me just paint a picture what would happen if the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was implemented properly, or we were able to implement it well. What it would do in terms of statistics is to lift 30 million Africans out of extreme poverty and boost the incomes of nearly 68 million others who live less than $5 a day. That is how important this agreement is. It would also boost Africa's income by 450 billion by 2035, which represents a gain of 7%, while adding 76 billion USD to the income of the rest of the world. So this agreement does not only impact Africa, but has the potential to impact the rest of the world. It would increase Africa's export by 560 billion, mostly in manufacturing. And it would also spur larger wage gains for women. And in the morning, we were told the importance of inclusion. So it would spur larger wage gains for women by 10.5% and than for men by 9.9%. And lastly, it would boost wages for skilled and unskilled workers by 10.3% for the unskilled workers and 9.8% for the skilled workers. So what we are talking about is very, very important. So despite the promise of this agreement, the reality is that intra-African trade remains below 15%, compared to 60% Europe and 50% in Asia. So the panel that I'm going to invite right now will help us to navigate. How can we move from 15% intra-Africa trade to the 60% that we are seeing in Europe, 50% that we are seeing in Asia, and so on. So to help us navigate this important topic, we have Mr. Josiah Rotich, Chief Negotiator, AFCA, and the Acting Director, International Cooperation, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. A round clap for Josiah as he comes. So these are experts in their own right. You listen to the introduction. So I wish we had more time. I would even ask you to ask them questions, but time is not on our side. Number two, we have, I don't know that Ms. Jacinta Kiruthi is here. She's an expert or a specialist in Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So she's a specialist in the topic itself. Can you please clap for her? So we also have Dr. Philip Pande, who is the Executive Director, Corporate Career Academy and Special Youth Envoy for All Africa Association of SMEs. Please clap for him. Then we also have Mr. Abel Kamau, who is a Manager, Trade and Policy from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, CAM. Please clap for Mr. Kamau as he joins us. We also have Ms. Krupa Mandavia, who is a Project Management and Implementation Consultant at the International Trade Center. You can prepare your questions. You can see the panel is really very rich. And then lastly, we have Mr. Levi Injendi, or Levi Injendi if you like, who is an SME and Development, Enterprise Development Officer from KEPSA. Karibu sana. A clap for him as well. Tumekunywa chai? Some energy, please. Karibu. Please, yeah, thank you so much. So, to kick us off, I'll turn to Mr. Josiah. And please remember that Josiah is a negotiator at AFCA, and he's also an acting director, International Cooperation, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. So to start us off, Rotich, please tell us more about AFCA, how we are doing in Kenya, and why it is a game changer, the African entrepreneur, or SMEs if you like.
Okay, thank you very much for that action. Maybe just to correct one small thing there. I'm the acting director in international trade, not cooperation. Maybe the next name, because we have been changing names every time, that could be the next one.
Yeah.
But for now, this international or external trade, you like. Now, maybe I also want to say that I had the opportunity to negotiate this agreement alongside other agreements that you can remember in this country. Now, this particular agreement actually is a game changer, as you said. It's one of those agreements that we believe is going to revolutionize Africa in terms of the industrialization, in terms of exports to the rest of the world, in terms of the economic development, anything you want to talk about. This is the one that will do that. Number two, I want to say that the key objective of this agreement is to enhance, or rather to push intra-African trade. That is the baseline. There are other things, but that is the baseline in terms of why do we need to go to the African continent of free trade area. It's because of trying to push, or rather enhance, intra-African trade. You talked about the statistics. We are trading about less than 20% intra-African trade. Yet in Europe, maybe about 75 if you ask European. But what were the critical elements that were supposed to be considered? I think that is what is to be talked about. The summit decided that we move that direction so that we can enhance trade. When you enhance trade, you are enhancing everything else, including even welfare, including even anything that you want to talk about. Kenya was one of the countries that supported this agreement from the word go. We were one of the first countries to ratify. First of all, signing, we were the first ones. Not first of all, we were all lining up, signing legally. But in terms of ratification, rather domesticating it, Kenya was among the first ones. And Kenya was the first one, not among, the first one to deposit now that instrument in Addis Ababa, together with Ghana. Why were we doing that? Because we believed in this agreement. There was a political will to the highest level of leadership in this country. That is why we were able to do that. After signing, it took a while, after ratifying also, it took a while to start the trade. But once the trade started, Kenya again was the first one to start the trade under the CFTA. For those who have been following the news, Kenya was the first one to flag the first consignment, which was done by the president of this country, tea that went to Accra. And for your information, the tea that was exported to Accra, flagged by the president, was from the small-scale traders, farmers. You know the KDDA, the way they operate, from the 1 acre, half an acre, 2 acres. So it is from the small, not the large-scale farmers, but the small-scale farmers. That was the first consignment that went out. From that time, we have been sending a number of consignments out. The last consignment, again, that was sent to South Africa of tea and other products was also from the small-scale business people. There's a company that is consolidating products and sending them on behalf of the small-scale people, which are the guys in the room, I believe. Now, what have we done apart from sending consignments outside? We have sent a number of them. I just mentioned two, but a number of them have really gone out. South Africa, to Accra, and other places. After signing and ratifying this agreement, the trade started. So we said, as a country, we need to benefit out of this agreement, unlike other agreements that we have signed before. So we developed a national implementation strategy to implement the CFTA, which already up and running. If you look at that strategy, it talks about everyone, including the women and youth and small-scale people. That one is already up and running. Apart from that, so the question was who is going to implement or rather to oversee the implementation. So we also established a national implementation committee, which you already have. Some of us here are members of that committee to be able to oversee the implementation of this agreement. Apart from that also, we have done, in the agreement itself, it has got a number of annexes, operational annexes. So some of the things that have already been, or rather that normally distract our exports are the non-tariff barriers. The non-tariff barriers means you have removed tariffs, but you still cannot access the other market because of other things. We have got focal points, so that if you have got a problem in terms of the non-tariff barriers, you talk to a particular person. You don't call a director, you don't call all over the place, you call a particular person. So we have got focal points in each and every annex, so that it makes operations and implementation of this particular agreement symbol as it is. Those are the things that we have done. Maybe over and above that, because one of the things, colleagues and moderators, that we realize is that we have been negotiating agreements all over the place, Europe and all over the place, but we have not been able to access those markets. Why? There are certain challenges that we have been facing. And we wanted to say we must address those challenges for us to benefit from this agreement. One of them is information gap.
Thank you. Aya, you've already started going into
the things that I was
into the gist of the conversation, which is very, very good.
Thank you.
And now that you're already there, in 2 minutes, because we are really time strapped, maybe you can tell us, and it's a good thing that you're already talking about it. Yeah. Okay, I like the picture that you've already painted. But now, in this room, we have SMEs, we have ESO, yeah? And the big challenge is access to markets. So, what are some of the challenges that have been faced, or the gaps between AFCA's continental framework, our national trade policies, and how can they be addressed? I would like you to combine with what you had already begun talking about in 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I wish, I pray that I take 2 minutes. I'm always taking more than that, maybe times 3 or. Now, actually the question you are asking is what I was already saying. There are challenges that actually, the picture is okay. You can see this a rosy picture, but now are we already going to that market? We have got challenges. One of the challenges is the information asymmetry. Information gap. Not everyone in Kenya, even in this room I'm sure, not everyone knows about the CFTA in totality. Even the existence of it, maybe you know, but you don't know the opportunities that are there. That we have appreciated that, and we are moving out now to say, how do we make this known by the people who are supposed to benefit, not by the negotiators. So that is one thing that we are doing right now, and that is a big challenge that we have been having across in all the other agreements. The other challenge here is about the capacity. Do we even have the products that we want to sell in Africa? Africa of 3.2 trillion USD economy. That's a huge market. Do we have products to sell? If I ask you now to give me guashe, 100,000 metric tons, will you give me the whole country? And there's market for that. Give me even pilipili. West Africa wanakula pilipili kama kitu ingine. Do we have? We don't have. So those are the challenges that we are talking about. We have got markets, we have no products to sell. Number two, we could be having products, but we don't have the volumes that we have to sell. You can get a client, but you cannot send one bag of guashe, and the guy is asking for a whole 40-foot container. You cannot get that client. So that is one challenge. And now, what are we doing in terms of trying to solve that particular challenge? Is to make sure that we enhance our production. How do we enhance productions? We enhance production by going through the value chains. What are the challenges so that we don't produce? We go through the entire value chain and we resolve all those challenges with a view to expanding production. Also, consolidating volumes. You group yourselves, many people, and then you consolidate volumes, and then you send. Consolidation of volumes does not mean that you're collecting. You are talking about the entire ecosystem. What are you consolidating if you have not produced? So you talk about production in the right quality, in the right standard, and in the right condition that is required by the market. So that is one challenge that we have, and that is a challenge that we are trying to fix by doing value chains and also route to market. We have got a number of route to markets that we have already completed for us to access this particular market and other markets. The other challenge, Chair, is about capacities of the people who are supposed to produce in terms of not having finances to produce. That's a challenge that we have. And again, that challenge through in the government setting, we have got a ministry that is dedicated to small-scale SMEs and cooperatives to try to group people together, to produce together. And also in terms of financing, you can easily finance when they are in a group rather than when they are individual. So those are the things that are challenges. The critical other challenge, which I may, if you give me time, moderator, is logistical challenges. If you want to go to Mauritania right now, or you go to Accra, you have got huge challenges in terms of, one, you will not get cargo space if you are flying the goods. You also don't get, you have no ships that are going there. You must wait for a ship coming from China to take your things to Accra. Number three, it takes a long, long time to reach that particular place. The consignment I talked about took about 7 weeks to reach there. You can imagine. So there are so many logistical challenges that we must also cross over for us to benefit out of this market. And a few other challenges which
Thank you.
I wish there was time to say all that.
Yeah. So I'm sure the other panelists will be able to challenges as we move along. So quickly, I will move to Ms. Krupa Davia. So in what practical ways can the government, just riding from the left, can the government strengthen regional value chains to support collective SME growth rather than focusing only, on individual exporters? I think he's mentioned that we have had consignment, but these consignments may be just benefiting, a small section of the sector. What can be done?
I think our representative from the government has highlighted the challenges. So I think a good point for us to start is to solve some of these challenges, especially the infrastructure and logistics issue. I think with the guided trade initiative, we were able to see the feasibility of the AFCFTA, but what we need to do is improve the timelines and expand the scale. So I think a big issue that will solve a lot of this inclusivity within the ecosystem is to solve the infrastructure as well as the access to information that the panelists also just highlighted.
Okay, thank you so much. I will move to Mr. Kamau. I know that at CAM you work very closely with SME. So the challenges that have been, I don't know what CAM has done. What you think, your own experience at CAM, the government can do more? There was the information asymmetry. How can this?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. I think specifically on the challenges that manufacturers, that SMEs are having in accessing the African market, the two panelists have already touched around it. But maybe to sum it up, we really need to address the issue of competitiveness. Because we all agree that it's not that there are those markets that exist within Africa, for instance, in West Africa, South Africa, and North Africa, that are not being served by someone. Somebody somewhere is already serving those markets. So what we are attempting to do with ACFTA is going to dislodge the person who's already servicing that market. And we can't be able to dislodge that person without being competitive enough. From an African standpoint, where price sensitivity is critical, so the typical African consumer, before they look at all the other metrics, they are driven by the price. And just addressing the issues of competitiveness, ensuring that we are able to have a product offering that is able to get into those markets at a good price point, and also at good quality that those consumers will be able to absorb is critical. So issues around the cost of production, cost of electricity, cost of utilities, also caused issues with regard to, for instance, the ease of doing business. Because like, for instance, for exporters that would be doing that, for instance, to any market within Africa, they would get into a trade facilitation regime that involves, among other things, issues such as VAT refunds and bonds cancellation. So ensuring that we have a seamless way of facilitating that trade and ensuring that we don't have shackles that cripple the SMEs in competing into these. So from a CAM perspective, we do have various programs that we've been attempting to address this, because we all agree that as we sort our policy issues internally in conjunction with the government, there are still those opportunities that the private sector can leverage on as we wait for the policy situation to be addressed. Specifically within the ACFTA, we've been running a program called Bringing ACFTA Home. So how do we bring ACFTA to the doorsteps of SMEs? How do we bring ACFTA to the factory shops of the members that we do have? How do we bring ACFTA to the trade facilitation agencies to ensure that we have a well choreographed trade situation where we're able to leverage on those markets? Around this, we've been providing policy advisory to these members, quality development. This is to support those that are targeting specific markets. We have been doing trade missions to specific markets. Just recently, we did one to Ethiopia, and this was trying to open up the market that exists next door. For the SMEs, we also do run the SME hub within the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you short because of time, but I like what you're saying. So quickly, let's go to the other panel first. So I'll come to you, Jacinta. Time is really not on our side, but I would just like you to mention briefly, as you answer this other question, policy. Just issues to do with policy. And then just mention what types of partnerships or innovations can help simplify cross-border logistics and payments for SMEs engaging in regional trade. I think the panel has already highlighted logistics is a key issue. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and my fellow panelists. Good afternoon. And to everybody in the audience, it's good that you made it on this rainy morning. Thank you for coming and giving us your time. Mr. Director from the Ministry of Trade, I think, has articulated it very clearly. Kenya was at the forefront. We lead. That is what we are. When we get onto the running track, we're always the first to complete the marathons. And then what happens after that, we come home and then we sleep, isn't it? We forget to pass the baton on to the next runner. So Kenya was the first to sign the agreement and among the first to ratify. And then after that, what did we do? We slept, isn't it? So we have the policies, they're in place. But how do we implement them? Now, my background is customs. I worked in Kerry, and I actually worked at the border. So when I saw the opportunity of the AFCFTA, I realized there's a missing piece. And the missing piece is simplification. It is something that I talk about. It is something that I bring to the table all the time. What is the AFCFTA? But an opportunity, but a market that is supposed to look into itself. Every time we finish conferences, I find people coming up to me and saying, oh, that was a beautiful conference. That was a beautiful conversation. I want you to tell me how I can export my cocoa to Europe. It was an internal conversation for Africa. And Mr. Director can bear me witness, and Mr. Abel can bear me witness. After conference, the people in the audience, they had an African conversation, but they will come back to you and tell you, phenomenal. But how do I take my things to Europe? How do I export my tea to China? And I always call them aside and tell them, please, let the organizers of that conference not listen to you, because this was an African conversation. What I have discovered is that we need to get it out of our minds that products can only go to China. We need to get it out of our minds that products can only go to Europe. We have been cultured into believing that the only markets that exist are the markets that give us foreign currency in euro and in dollars. True or false? We do not want to know about the Zambian kwacha, do we? We do not want to know about the Malawian, I don't know what, or the Botswana pula, do we? But the AFCFTA has taken an African conversation and found a solution for we as Africans. All right? So I find in these conversations, a lot of what is happening is that we harp about the problems, but we are not amplifying what worked. Now, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your opening remarks this morning, but I was very keen on what it is that you said. You want to call your friends and talk about how enterprises failed. Can I please change the narrative? Call your friends and talk about what worked. And then bring that back to a workshop such as this. And let us be the people that beat ourselves on the back or pat ourselves on the back and say, this is what worked. A lot of these conferences are about challenges. How about we change the narrative and make it about what worked? Because there are things that are working in Africa, true or false? There are, but who is talking about them? He talked about the length of time that it took to move a container of tea from the farmers to Ghana, to Accra. It was phenomenal. But at the end of the day, the tea did get to Accra. Did we bother to amplify that and find out what worked? Can we celebrate what worked and amplify that in our conversations?
Thank you.
There.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Yeah. Very interesting discussion there. I wish we had more time. I will quickly move on to Dr. Philip. Yes, but time. Just add within 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say one thing about what my sister said. And we also need to remove from our heads that CFTA is a new animal. It is not a new animal. But you want to make it produce more milk. Africa is our top export market. We export about 44% of our total exports. Where? Africa. So we just want to expand from where we are. Not to think that CFTA is a new thing altogether. We just have to expand. We just have to be competitive and a few things like that. So it is not a new animal that you must go back home and go to school to learn about it. Just expand what we have been doing in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll move the conversation now to Dr. Philip. And how can the ESOs or enterprise support organizations effectively build capacity in compliance, market access, export readiness, and CFTA? How can they help get our companies ready?
Thank you very much, moderator, and a good afternoon to all of you. I'm literally rushing against time. I hope we'll be able to still add value to the conversation. Yeah. So specifically to what we're discussing is that AFCFTA is not as new as we make it look like. By 30th of May this year, we are crossing the 6-year mark since it was signed on May 30th, 2019. Last year, then, we brought into force the Women, Youth, and Digital Protocols, which I would like really to emphasize as what we have focused on at the East African Business Council, and particularly also with the All Africa Association of SMEs, where I support as a youth special envoy. Now, I would challenge governments and, of course, entrepreneurship support organizations or membership organizations to establish AFCFTA compliance-specific desks or support. Why is this important? It's because we are struggling to get the difference on what the rules of origins, for example, are, what the trade harmonization or customs harmonization services are. The FCFTA is giving us an African-wide market. We know that there is, of course, precedence where you have, for example, originally in the East African community existing policy or trade regulations that then the member states ratified or signed, that they would take precedence. But once the Africa-wide market has been opened within the FCFTA framework, what we have to do is to ring that bell and establish an FCFTA-specific compliance support. That way then we'll be talking more about Africa than the rest of the world. Today, if you look, for example, at the organizations that are supporting export services, we are focusing on what makes you compliant to the European market, what makes you compliant to the Asian market or the American market. But are we talking about Africa specific and what the FCFTA is supporting? The second thing is policy advocacy, and I like what the East African Business Council is doing. As we speak today, we are finalizing on the in-trade services policy that then helps on advocacy for members that are specific on services and not products. I dare ask, how many of you in the audience trade in goods, that you have a physical product that you sell? Well, how many of you are trading in services? That's where the majority is. So when we talk about how long it takes to move tea from Kenya to Accra or Nairobi to Accra, the real question is, how much time do you need to export tech services to Uganda? How much time do you need to export tech-based services or consultancy services to Cairo, for example? So the focus should also move from what we've been used to, moving goods across borders, to moving services across borders. I trade in services, and when I cross my border to Kampala, for example, to Kigali, perhaps the only physical thing I'm carrying is a banner or IC materials, but everything else is within my laptop, and I'm going to be there for 5 days, 10 days, 1 month, and train, and probably have a higher return than somebody that is moving goods across the borders. And that's why it's also important to emphasize digital platforms for trade in Africa. We have something that we all know as market force. We have logistics on the other side, talk about the Sandys and so forth. But then how are we able to create and harmonize the digital platforms so that we are able to have an infrastructure that then support trade as opposed to just, trade in services as opposed to goods and services. Yeah. And the aspect of the youth and women angle, we've focused basically on promotional services. We've talked about capacity building, but there is a key aspect on access to finance and access to funding. How are we as ESOs able to work with membership organizations and governments to establish startup funds for the FCFTA market-specific needs? Thank you.
I see I'm already being given a signal, but you will add me 5 minutes. Thank you. I will move to Mr. Levi in Jendi. Maybe you can just, in a minute, add to what Dr. Philip what can ESOs, do to support enterprises to have capacity in terms of export readiness, market access? What can be done practically?
Thank you, Daktari. And maybe just to echo, we're talking about the animal. Can we simplify the animal? I think it's, I interact a lot with SMEs. Some of these words we use lots of jargons, and I think it's just, if we are saying we are bringing it home, let's talk the language of the SMEs. If you're telling someone about protocol, annexes, they don't care about annexes protocol. They just want to know, how will I move my products from here to Uganda? When they get to the border, there's someone there who will ask for something small. So tell them about the realities. I think it's about time we shift. We shift from just saying the challenges, and also let people tell the stories, the success stories. I think there are those who've already been trading under this, especially under GTI. And if you use such people to tell the story on what is working, it's easier. I think there's a lot of opportunity, but I think we make CFTA a very big animal that I sat in a CFTA class, and let me tell you, I'm an expert, but for an SME, it will be a whole confusion, total confusion. Let's just focus on the smaller things. I think as KEPSA, we are trying to do that. We are working with the DHL, and I think it's one part of just trying to see how can we leverage on their networks around the world and around Africa, and just to pinpoint. The markets are there. How do you get to the market? The market is in Egypt, but how does an SME get to Egypt? That's the challenge. So let that DHL personnel on the other end share, these are the cultures. I think when we are starting those, how can you greet someone in this? You see, there are things that also affect, even from a culture point, you can't trade because of that. So I think let's build the smaller from where it really matters and just avoid the jargons.
Thank you. Let's demystify. Coming back, now we more or less closing. Just think about what you would want to leave with the participants here that will make a mark in less than a minute. But I'm sure our friend there will give us 5 minutes. Thank you. 5 is good. Yeah, so the last question, and this one I'm going to direct it to Philip in 1 minute, and Madam Mandavia. Okay? What actionable steps can we take to ensure that early stage, women-led and youth-driven enterprises fully participate and benefit from CFTA, whatever way you call it? It's on.
Thank you. Step 1 is exactly what my friend Levi has said. Why don't we simplify AFCFTA? We have the youth, women, and digital protocols. What is this youth, women, and digital protocols? In 1 minute, we are talking about capacity building for women and youth-led enterprises to understand what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is. And that is what ESOs should focus on. The second thing is, other than capacity building, what is our equivalent of ASEC in Uganda, in Rwanda, in West Africa, for example, so that we have an ESO to ESO support or collaboration at the regional level, country level, or continental level, much as we are also trying to match B2B, so that if I'm looking for market in Uganda or elsewhere, then my organization here, ASEC, is able to link me not just to their counterpart in Uganda, but also the exact business that I would match with. The third thing is we must keep on building capacities of individual organizations or businesses on what exactly they need to navigate the market. And in terms of that is we have a lot of regulations, we have a lot of policies, but without harmonization. But how are we, for example, collaborating with the tech space that I spoke about? So we don't have to actually physically move, but sometimes we can collaborate on the tech platform, which is why that is key to me. The final thing that I would say is on the advocacy platform, if you go to, for example, an organization like KEPSA or CAM, you'll find somebody that is responsible, for example, for the tourism industry. If you come to the tech space or the innovation space, are we able to establish those focal points or desks so that we know that when we're talking about in-trade services in education and skills development, then you can talk to CCA. When we are at ASEC and we're talking about facilitation of export of tech solutions, then who are you able to talk to? So that when we have the focal persons, just like we have the focal or desk at the ministerial level, then the ESO is able to just task an individual or an organization to facilitate that. Then that will be moving many wheels at the same time than relying on just government to facilitate trade and access to the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yes.
I'll say look up the International Trade Center. We've got a 360 approach. We work with businesses, we work with ESOs. CAPSA is one of our strongest partners. We give you access to markets, access to finance. We, we'll teach you how the AFCFTA works in a simplified version. And there's lots of resources out there, especially for you as ESOs. You have a responsibility to your members to ensure that they're getting access, but also you have a responsibility to the women and the youth that are part of your members.
Thank you. Now we are utilizing our bonus time. Na macho pale si nzuri sana. So what we are going to do is that in a minute, please just summarize and starting with you, Mr.
Okay, thank you very much. Too much pressure. But in terms of what I need to leave, I said FTA is not an animal that we have never seen. Let us take people to the market. Negotiations are over. Protocols are over. How do we go to the market? Routes to market. I want to go with you to the market. That is what we are focused, and we are doing it anyway. We just wanted to invite you as business people. Come, we do this business together. Group your people, I come and trade. I will never say the protocol when you don't understand it. I tell you what you understand. That is what we want to say, so that we move to the market, not negotiating anymore.
All right, thank you very much. I would say basics. Basics, meaning the food that you eat, let it be African. The clothes that you wear, let them be African. The things that you do, very basic. If we're going to make this thing work, let us own what it is that we consume. Let that be from Africa, by Africans. The rest we will sort, or Gen Z will help us sort it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought I just said my last word, but this is what I would say is in terms of engaging with the youth and women-specific enterprises, then I think let's talk of more the language that they listen to. I'm not going to talk about trade in goods. I'm going to talk about trade in services. So let's focus on developing capacities of people to export services, and let's make mobility an issue of focus within the FCFTA area. Then I think all of us would have that free movement to work, to sell, and to exploit the market. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think from my end is that let us try to do it. More times we start fearing and start fearing to get into the market to a point that we don't even make the first step of exporting anything. Currently, Kenya has exported about 110 consignments, which is commendable. So once we start doing it, we'll get the answers and the corrections to whatever problems lie within the actual process of exporting. So let's do it.
The markets are there. That's all I have to say. You'll find them, but they're there.
I think save the best for last. I'll say two things. Let's benchmark. Let's make it practical. I think the ecosystem in the export markets, let's take SMEs to those places. If it's customs, let them see what happens there. If it's taking them across the border, let them go and learn in Rwanda. This is what you're supposed to do. Let's start small, but I think it's more practical. And maybe just to say, let's make sure we are not keeping up, but let's lead the change.
Thank you so much. I feel like we have underutilized panel, but time is not on our side. I can just, I think the points are there. I think for me, the takeaway number one is let's just simplify this. Let's make it very, very simple, and let us tap into the opportunities that are there, ESO to ESO support and so on. So thank you so much, panelists. It was a pleasure. I think we shall continue with the discussion after this. I'm happy to hear that KEPSA, CAM, all the members of panel here are easily accessible, so we can invite them to our ESOs and have these conversations with our entrepreneurs. Yes, very accessible. I'm very happy to have met you today. Thank you. Now, our picture.
Daktari and the amazing panel. Mercy, something has come up as you join them for the photo. Is it possible for ASEC to organize an afternoon of learning with these amazing panelists, even if it's virtually? Because they've all talked about market. They've said there's market. And every time I listen to Josiah, he's like, why are you not going to sell your product? But we simplify the process. I like what you said. When we did that course for AFTA, it was like doing a PhD.
Just hang on before they go. You know, this lady provoked me, and I have to make a response. So, in good faith. So, as the board chairman of ASEC, instead of us giving us a lot of talk about this, I'm going to say between Mercy ASEC, the government, Madam Talk Big, this year, we organize one consignment to take at least one African country in support with ASEC. One, yeah, that we can all rally around, figure out the systems as we go along, and at least get whatever product to one African country. That way, for me, this workshop will be worth it. Okay?
Thank you very much, Bwana Chairman. Thank you all of you for being here with us today. As we get ready for the next panel, allow me to bring on stage Margaret Mutheu. Maggie, where are you? She's the CEO of Elevate SMEs Limited, and she focuses on strengthening institutional support, ensuring that the programs that come up are designed for impact, and she leverages on tech. No joke. She has currently served as the regional director for We Connect International in Africa, and she's also the founder of East Africa chapter of 1 Million Startups. Our conversation is building from here to tech. All the things we have discussed, how can we harness the power of tech? And as we discuss the power of tech, and as she takes her place on the stage, allow me to give you an offer from Little Cab. Little Cab have given us a 300 bob off for those of us using taxis to move around. Yawera, is this for today and tomorrow? Just for today? Today and tomorrow. You can take as many rides as possible. Just use the code ASEC. We will give it to you outside there and enjoy an instant 300 bob discount. Thank you to Little Carbon for always supporting us to move around. Margaret, the stage is all yours.
And now we are in the digital era. We are not waiting for it. It's already here with us. And it's such a golden opportunity for startups and SMEs to scale like never before without the constraints of space and time, thanks to AI, automation, and some seriously clever digital marketing. But how do we make it work? And to unpack this conversation, I would like to bring up my panelists. And first up is Melanie Msengezi, all the way from Zimbabwe. She is the general manager, yes, please clap if you mean to, at Gomai Code. She's all about empowering the next generation with tech skills. Next on stage, I would like to bring up Julius Nsumbuga Kazibwe from Uganda. Yes, this is a very Pan-African panel. And he is from Africa Digital Marketing Hub, a man who lives and breathes digital strategy. Next on stage, I would like to bring up Wayne Egesa. He is the founder of Ishara AI. He's my fellow Kenyan. And he's here to show us how artificial intelligence can be a game changer for startups and SMEs. Last but not least, I would like to bring Sunshine, Miss Nyawera Maina from Little Cab, and she is the regional corporate manager, and she brings a sharp eye on the ecosystem. Welcome. Please give a round of applause to my panelists. Yes, please keep clapping until she is on stage. Yeah, she has given us some discounts, before she changed her mind. All right, thank you so much. You can have your seats. All right, and being the panel that is standing between us and lunch, we have very limited time, but we are going to have a quality conversation. Yeah, so the first question, I'd like to kick us off with a big picture question to Melanie. What role should industry experts play in demystifying AI and automation for small businesses? We have heard these buzzwords being thrown around, AI, automation, but what do they mean to a startup or to an SME in Nairobi, in Kigali, or in Dar es Salaam? Yeah, what does that mean to them? Make it real, tangible, practical, and if I may say, profitable to that particular startup and SME.
Thank you so much for that question.
Hello.
Thank you for that question. I think people often shy away from what they don't understand. And it's not because of fear or anything, but it's just because it takes time to understand something. And now the problem is time becomes the pain or the price of growth. So if I was to ask how many people have intentionally in their SMEs or businesses invested in just taking maybe one artificial intelligence course or Gen AI, or have just said, let me take one of the young people in maybe my department, whether it's sales or marketing, to just understand about, what is happening now in terms of tech. You'd probably realize people wait for things to happen. And for so many businesses, they become affected with that. But for us, AI, automation, all these are tools that are being put in place so that SMEs can be competitive and more profitable. And for the people employed, I know we get affected by waves of technology. I think one speaker was talking about the tea industry, what happened. A lot of people have been affected. People are losing jobs, but when you look at the World Economic Forum report, it's also saying there is a shortage of talent. What does that mean? It means that we are not investing in the right, appropriate systems in terms of skilling and tools in our businesses or SMEs so that we can continue to have people getting employed. People are becoming redundant, but there's a shortage of talent. Maybe just to be practical, we should, like for one of the things that I've come to understand and make SMEs do is take part in masterclasses. Industry experts must continue to ensure that people are coming in for hands-on practical sessions of what that tool looks like, what it solves, instead of us talking about it. I think one person was saying we do talk a lot. And one of the things that we have done even in Go My Code is partner with entities who say, we want to understand how we can use in the health sector maybe our data, yeah? For SMEs, you have a lot of information and data, but it's probably not being maximized. Are you predicting your next sale? Are you predicting the next dip or not? And what are you doing about it when you predict it? All that can be done when you just take time, even 2 hours, just to participate in a hands-on masterclass. So when you see people talking about masterclasses, do attend those hands-on masterclasses. Carry your laptop because you're supposed to actually do something that is practical. So we have done that well, and it really works for us. People actually end up saying, I didn't think I could develop my own a model. I did not think I could do it, but you can, because these are systems that are already in place. Another way that industry experts can look at is mentorship. People have talked about mentorship, but to be honest, if we were to now say after this meeting, can I have 5 minutes of your time? Sometimes it does not happen. We are too busy, and we become too busy for each other for true business mentorship. So I would say, if through maybe ASEC, to actually have people being partnered and someone being accountable. I liked what just happened in the last panel, where someone has said, this is what we want to do. We are going to rally around one business. Who's going to make sure that that person is accountable? That was my question. I was like, 3 months from now, will we see these people even talking? So someone has to be the accountability partner. Can someone offer that, please, that accountability partner? She's here. Great, awesome. So I will be your accountability partner. I will ask you, and then you follow up, and then he follows up until it's done. That's how I think we must go as SMEs in the tech ecosystem. To be honest, a lot of businesses are doing e-commerce. Some of them are doing e-commerce from using students, using people who have not been trained. They have self-taught because the information is there. But in terms of going deeper, 1 meter extra, that is not happening. So we have surface e-commerce platforms, people being hacked along the way, and you not maximizing your business, sales are low, and yet there is a shortage of food. There is a shortage of logistics services. There is a shortage of a lot of things out there. And the issue is, have we immersed ourselves in understanding the tools that we have in terms of AI? And we do have a lot of e-commerce tools and that help in e-commerce and operations. We have a lot of sales tools. We also have a lot of even project management tools that are for SMEs. Some are locally built, some are international. You know, you can go to Google, you can go onto different platforms. And lots of young people, software developers, are developing these tools. Now the issue is, as SMEs, are we coming out to support them, to say, you have this tool that is solving my efficiency problem. What else, how else can I help you so that you scale and you scale my business along the way? And we can now form a partnership to also offer the same services to other entities. So for me, it's those three things. Let's be practical. Let's attend the hands-on masterclasses. Let's invest in our people within our SMEs to ask the hard question. You have been doing social media for me for the past three years. Have you done anything on Gen AI? How can we be now more effective now that we have these new tools that have come? Stop investing so much money in things that are now taking 2 minutes or 1 minute to be done when you learn how AI operates. So that is my contribution onto this topic in terms of being hands-on.
Thank you so much, Melanie. That was such a rich conversation there on you touching even on the practicability of it. And I like the last part where you also mentioned a bit about the tools, which brings us to the next question with Julius. So can you tell us, how can startups and SMEs use AI and automation and digital tools to scale their businesses?
All right, thank you so much, Margaret, and my fellow panelists. Today, it will be on record that I'm the only Ugandan on this panel, so I think I deserve a round of applause, yeah? Yeah. All right, so Melanie has really given a very great foundation to this particular topic, and I want to be, I would wish to go a bit deeper based on Melanie's foundation. So, fact is, so much has changed, and we are living in interesting times. The times are changing so quickly. And, we have these technologies at our disposal at the same time, happening at the same time. There's no other, revolution than the 4IR, yeah? So as SMEs, as companies, businesses, organizations, we are wondering, where can I start from, yeah? And I want to particularly just focus on the sales and marketing bit of it. Yeah, so today's customers are basically online, yeah? So gone are the days where, okay, you would sit in a shop and then just wait, yeah? You have to be really out there. Yeah, so whereas now we have these social media platforms, we have AI now in the picture, business guys are wondering, how are we going to take all this up, yeah? Possibly you could be overwhelmed, right? So what we're doing at the Africa Digital Marketing Hub in Uganda, first of all, is to basically train entrepreneurs, business people, marketing and PR professionals on how to leverage digital marketing, AI, and automation in their businesses. So it's basically, we have an academy for that, but we also have the agency bit of it, where we are now basically providing services in that regard. Yeah, sales strategy, sales automation. Yeah, so the question is, after it's all said and done, you have your operations running, you have, everything set up. The next question is, are we making sales, right? Am I making money? So we have the biggest opportunity right now. I always say, when you look me up in a room and I've set up my company and everything, just give me a smartphone and you'll see money on the account, right? Yeah, it is possible. It is possible with AI and automation and all these tools at our disposal. You just happen to have the right strategy, yeah? So while we, let me just mention this as well. Let me just go deeper as well. The most important thing for any business, for any SME, for any entrepreneur, while you're basically adopting all these tools, is to number one, get the leads, right? Get the contacts, get the leads, feed them in your CRM. The next step now is to nurture them, right? To nurture means you're basically keeping in touch with them. They may not be customers right now, but they can be customers in the coming few months. So there's a big opportunity right there. But many of us are basically having, contacts, a bit of, say, disorganized. You have some emails kept somewhere. You have some, contacts kept somewhere. But the whole idea is to bring all this up and actually feed it in one system that can enable you to actually nurture. And then the third stage is to convert your customers. We have tools for that. Closing, I would call them closing tools, yeah? Or closing agents, AI agents. So it is very much possible. Now, so this whole process, sales and marketing, I'll focus on that majorly because that's what we're basically doing. Sales and marketing can basically be automated. We're going to see in the next few years, we shall see teams of about five employees and people in a company actually sitting on a company worth $5 million, yeah, or maybe say making $1 million per year, yeah. So instead of having 20, 30 employees, right? So whereas that has a bit of opportunities, yes, of course. It has some bit of challenges as well. But AI and automation will create even more jobs, right? So let me just also get deeper in regards to AI and automation, right? So I read a book, but I've a bit of forgotten it, and it says, let the systems run the business, right? And let the people run the systems. But what if the systems could run themselves? Right? And this is where AI, automation, and all that is coming in. So these are the three stages for AI adoption in business. Number one is chat. Yeah? The mere fact that you have your chat GPT right in your phone, or maybe Cloud, or maybe DeepSeek, or maybe Gemini, whatever it is, chat is the first stage. Chat is the first stage because now this is where the mere generation of knowledge happens, right? And then the second stage, of course, it has a lot of value just right there. Yeah. So the second stage is now automation. Yeah. Automation. How do you bring all these tools together, put it in one platform, make them communicate with each other, so that you can be able to actually automate the entire thing while you actually focus on something else. Right. The third stage is AI agents. Yeah. They are here. Right. So today you can literally, with an example of sales and marketing, you can automate your entire thing, yeah? So if you're in sales and marketing, well, you might want to actually upskill, yeah? To upskill, to relearn and learn even the more, because your job might not be safe, right? So it is important that that sales and marketing is basically automated, so you can actually focus on other things, right? So now let me just give an example. For example, we have a company in Uganda. They are our clients, yeah. They're into tourism, yeah. But we've built a system for them that can, one, scrape leads from the internet, LinkedIn, Facebook, everywhere, feed them in a CRM, and then from there, nurture them using AI agents or possibly, customized GPTs that can actually automatically represent, a marketing, professional or whoever it is. It can amplify you. It can answer emails for you. It can qualify the lead for you up to the process of even closing, right? So this is what actually I think, we must be basically focusing on in terms of driving value. The most important thing after all is said and done is sales and marketing. Okay, as I'm finalizing, Margaret, so every person that comes in our team, we tell them this one thing. No matter what your job is, you are AI first. You just happen to possibly be doing procurement or a tutor or whatever it is, but you are AI first. And that is, something that has basically formed the culture of how we operate. Yeah, so finally, train your team early enough, and if you need us on board, we're available, yeah? And we shall be here. So we're also setting up basically in Kenya very soon, and we're very excited to also play in the Kenyan market, the biggest market. And guys, I hope you know that Nairobi is, it's a hotspot. Yeah, I hope you know that, guys. Yeah, we are there looking at, we are planning. We are planning. So, I mean, we're looking for partners as well to partner with and do business with. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Julius. I mean, that was very practical. I like the fact that you've given various use cases in which startups and SMEs can leverage on automation, especially. Which brings us to the next question, Ms. Nyawera, and he's laid the foundation for that conversation. How can SMEs assess which parts of their business processes, which would be most suitable for automation, and what would be the guidelines for them to make that particular?
All right, beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now, I may be a devil's advocate and I may not be loved after the first statement I am going to say. However, this is what I have learned. It is not about automating everything, guys. It is about identifying processes and systems that need automation in order to free up resources. So let's start from the basic. It is not what you breathe, what you eat, what you work, and what you live by that needs automation. But it is specific things in your organization, in your day-to-day errands that do need automation. I will only pick 3 specific things so that I can hit the nail of the conversation. The first thing is availability of automation tools. Gone are the days that everything needs to be in a Google Sheet, in an Excel, in a paper, in a document. Identify things that if it can be written, it can be automated. Identifying tools such as Trello, HubSpot, for your organization allows you to free up valuable resources in your company. That intern that is working on an Excel sheet for 3 hours or 6 hours, how can you convert their expertise into something better? That is the first thing I would tell you. The second thing is identify that thing in your organization that is repetitive and consumes time. When you identify something that can be able to be used in technology, then you have been able to hit it. Why is this important? Because things like invoicing, processing of the payroll, how employees come to work, tracking of your customer inquiries, you are wasting more time hiring people, whereby you can be able to have applications such as WorkChat, Workflow, that can help you save in a smart way. And guess what? The return on investment is better. As a CEO, as a managing director, you will tell yourself, why do I need to invest in these tools? But the question is you need to ask yourself is, why am I wasting time of somebody that I can develop to utilize these tools in a better and more efficient way? My third one is, look for bottlenecks in your organizations that are prone to high error rates. This is where you touch your money. You need to set and identify in your department, as an individual and as an organization. Humans will always be humans. And guess what? Artificial intelligence is good, but it cannot automate integrity. However, it can help you up to a particular percentage. So identify the systems and the processes in your department, in your company, that are prone to high error rates. Why? This will save you money. It will save you time, and it will also speed up the processes. It is not about automating everything, guys. It is about identifying the systems and the processes in your organization that need automation.
Thank you so much for unpacking that with such clarity, yeah? And this brings us to the last question. Wayne, how can we ensure that digital adoption leads to measurable business outcomes and not just access?
Hello, everyone. So yes, I am Wayne. By profession, I'm an AI engineer. So I actually make these systems, and I know the impact it has on companies and with business owners and people's careers. So the question particularly touches on digital. Repeat the phrase again?
Yes, the question, let me repeat the question. How can we ensure that digital adoption leads to measurable business outcomes and not just access?
Yes, it particularly touches on digital adoption, not only AI, digital adoption. So there is something I just want to kind of clarify and put out there. For what, we all know what a business is. I'll just iterate it really quickly. A business is, if I have a service and I'm producing this service and or product and I'm selling it out there to anyone and they're giving me money in exchange, then I effectively have a business. Or somewhere along those lines, I'm giving out a service or a product and they're giving me money in exchange. You effectively have a business. Now, digital adoption or adoption of digital solutions in your business comes second to your business. Now, let me iterate it again. When you implement these digital solutions in your business, they come second. They do not become number one. You do not make an AI company and then figure out what you want to sell. You have to first know, I know what I'm selling, and then I'll figure out how can I incorporate AI into my system. So that's a very, very big thing. Another thing, as I continue explaining this, is with what I've come to understand is not every business is suited to take in tools such as artificial intelligence. And that's a sad truth. If we actually, like I developed this system, so truthfully, not every business can incorporate AI into their business. And let me give an example in a different kind of digital solution. The internet is a digital solution. The internet has helped many businesses grow. But what use is an internet to a shop in Garissa that doesn't have lights already, that doesn't have security already? So the internet in such a shop doesn't make sense. So for them, their first order of priority is not particularly the internet. We can give them the internet, it will help them for sure, but that is not the first thing we should be wiring to give them. We should probably try to give them electricity, security, and then help them document their processes correctly, and then probably provide AI and other tools after that. So all this just to say that digital adoption of certain technologies in our businesses is very much dependent on where your business is. You have to critically evaluate where your business is and where it's going vis-a-vis the current times of the market. So one of the things, and I think it's a really important one, is the data. Does your business have enough data, and is it worth it to automate using the data? So you'll know AI is data heavy. And when we mean data heavy, we mean, we've given an example here that with your phone, you can make a call and you can earn money from, as long as you have your phone, you can get money from wherever. So what that means, okay, how I translate that is the internet has made it possible that you can get information on your fingertips quite easily. What AI is doing is you can get information on your fingertips easily, but what if I give you 200 pages of information? Will you consume that as fast as you need to make an informed decision on your business to give you the right outcome? Not only like as a business owner, but even maybe just as a career person. If I have to make an informed decision and I have to skim through 200 PDFs to make that decision, it's quite hard. So what AI is doing is, yes, you have this information. This information is available to you through the internet. Maybe your company has accumulated all of this information over time. So AI is helping you make the best decision based on all the information you have accrued over time. So one thing is you have to have the right information on your business. Are you as your business tracking your information? Maybe how you're interacting with your past customers, your sales, all of this information that you might be tracking. And over time, they accrue. That information is valuable for an artificial intelligence system. So it might be different. Different AI systems have might suit different needs for our company. However, if you have enough data on your side, and this is data that you use to make informed decision, that is something that the artificial intelligence system can help you with. Another key thing is you need to align artificial intelligence with our company KPIs, and you all know what KPI is, key performance indicators. Back to what a business is. A business is anything that provides a service or a product in exchange of money, and if you do that well enough, it's self-sufficient, and it keeps on sustaining itself without so much complexities. So from that, we can develop certain KPIs, like how much am I producing, how much am I earning, and all of this nitty-gritties KPIs based off your business. If you know your KPIs and they're clearly defined, can you use AI to help you develop these systems or help you meet these KPIs? In the case of a shop, if I have a shop, so right now we have e-commerce platforms that basically I can have a shop but still sell online. It's profitable for me to install Wi-Fi because that 3,000 will put me online, and then while I'm online, I can generate 20,000. So the 20,000 justifies the 3,000. And that actually justifies my KPIs. Okay, so if you install AI in your application, if we sit down and then we realize, okay, we can use ChatGPT to make certain decisions or skim certain documents, does that actually help you meet certain KPIs? Why this is important is because there is a cost to artificial intelligence. I make these systems. I know there's a cost to these systems. They're not cheap. If you use them right, they may be slightly expensive, but the profits are way higher than the expense. So it's good. Same way the internet has a cost. Once you use the internet, same artificial intelligence has a cost. Now you have to make sure that that cost is justifying with your KPIs and giving you enough returns. Other than that, there are other minor things such as constant training of individuals, which some of my colleagues have already touched on that. We need constant training. The level of training a CEO might not be the same level of training my technical developers might need regarding AI, but we all still need some level of training. And it is important for each one of us, that's also a personal initiative, for each one of us to go ahead and learn every single day, dedicate 20 to 30 minutes to learn about AI. It's not hard, just search on the internet. The internet is our best friend these days. Just search on the internet, how can I use AI to do email writing? And then, of course, you'll get something about it. Learn that, and then tomorrow you'll see if that makes sense in your business. How can I use AI to summarize a document for my own decision making and stuff like this? So try to learn this, give yourself a time frame and try to learn this. But these are some of the things that can help a business in digital adoption, and not only in the access, because We can give you access to information, but again, what I said, if we give you 200 pages of a PDF and tell you, read it and make for me a decision, now that no longer becomes helpful. We want to give you that 200 pages of PDF, or basically information in your fingertips, and then give you a tool that helps you skim through all this information to make informed decisions. And that's how I would answer that question.
Thank you so much, Wayne, for those deep insights. And I like that you touched on data-driven decision-making and some of the proactive things that startups and SMEs and as CEOs and decision makers we need to do to ensure that we get onto this train early on to improve efficiency in our businesses. And I can see time has quickly passed by, and the conversation is quite interesting, and I know this should not be the end. After lunch, make sure you also engage with the panelists to continue this discussion. Right now, I just want to hear from each and every one of you, your parting shot to the startups and SMEs that are here, that are still early on in the journey or already using AI, have automated. Yeah, just speak to them as a parting shot. And we'll start with you. Yes.
Thanks, Margaret, for this. For me, my parting shot is, as businesses and SMEs, reach out to the experts with the problems that you see in your value chain, problems that you are looking for solutions for, so that you are able to actually improve on efficiencies, and ultimately it will lead to better profitability and competitiveness. And we are here to support you. For example, for me, I'm willing, for everyone here who wants a masterclass in data science, feel free to reach out either on LinkedIn or directly after this. And in that masterclass, I'm also willing to give a scholarship for one person or two in either Gen AI or cybersecurity, so that you empower your business, you get the real hands-on. It might not be you specific. You can recommend, if you win it and you do not want it, you can give someone young in your organization so that they come and bring value to your business. That's why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's hear from you, Julius.
All right. So, yeah, we are living in again interesting times, and there is a very great need for us to keep learning. Keep aside, a few hours of your day, actually just learning, just, teaching yourself. And if you can't do that, then, I and Melanie, we shall be there, right? So the entire, process and all that, sales and marketing process, we shall be there to help you. And you're welcome to Uganda. In case you come to Uganda, please, you can holler at me, We shall be there, all right? And we shall be honored to welcome you. Thank you so much, Margaret. Thank you so much, Grace, who invited me, and Mercy as well. I'm very honored to be here. It's time to grow. Let's grow.
Sure, it's time to grow. So let's hear from Ms. Nyawira.
For me, I would tell you one thing. As I have retaliated this before, and I will retaliate it again. The goal isn't to automate everything, but the goal is automate smartly. All right? Let data, efficiency, and scalability be your compass as an organization. Data is the new science, but I will say this again. Data is the new science, but AI holds the answers to what you're looking for. So make concise and smart decisions. And as I close it off, buy Kenya, build Kenya.
Thank you. Yeah, let's hear from Wayne. What's your last word?
So, my last words will probably be, it probably feels like if you don't use AI, your company is going to die. I read it somewhere, AI or die. I'm an AI engineer. Sometimes I make these systems and I wonder how on earth they work, or why on earth do such systems work. And I make them. So if you as a business person still feel confused where it fits into your business, it's okay. You're not going to die, it's okay. It might be slow, it might not click immediately where it's going to happen, but it's okay, because I still, as an AI engineer, sometimes I wonder why on earth these things work as well as they do. Like, I know it's going to work, but it's working way better than I anticipated it to work. All this just to say that, and I'm trying to tone down on the yes, there's a hype going around, like AI or die. But really, if you just sit down and analyze where in your business AI is going to be suited in, you can adopt it and it will do amazingly. If it doesn't make sense immediately, I offer my services for consultation services. I can help consult on your business, which is the best places that AI can best be integrated in your businesses. It's not supposed to make sense immediately. The internet Gmail didn't make sense to everyone immediately. Back then, we were still sending posters from one place to another. It didn't make sense immediately that if I had a Gmail account, it would be way more easier than if I had a post account. But that's looking back. So at this point, there's places where in your businesses, it may not make sense if you implement AI now, but if you give it 5 years and look back, you'll feel like, okay, I made the right decision. All this just to say, do not be scared. Yes, it's big talk. Yes, we are saying, go, 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 go. If you don't, you're going to die. You're not going to die. Take a deep breath and reach out to people, consult, study, and understand where it's going to fit in your business. Most businesses have different use cases for AI. I've developed a ton for many businesses. I know the use cases are are usually very different for most businesses. So do not be scared. Go ahead and adopt it. One person might adopt it in a week, another may take 2 years. However, you will still have adopted AI and will have transitioned into this new industrial revolution.
Amazing. A big clap to my panelists who have been quite resourceful, and we have uncovered the what, the how, and the why. And I do hope to the startups and SMEs across the room that you have gotten what you needed to at least get on board so that you can leverage on these technologies to scale and grow your businesses. Thank you so much.
Kindly join them. I can't see Mercy. You can give them a challenge. She's even here. Both of you go on stage. Thank you very much. That was very informative and practical. Do an audit before automating your processes. Thank you for the offer for us to come and learn. And Julius, looking forward to what you will come and do in Kenya. Thank you very much. You're giving them a challenge. There's a mic there behind you. And Wayne will also come and figure out with you, what is this you're coding, you know? Why do we have to code it?
I'll actually give them a challenge.
Okay.
I think a critical generation we need to be investing in is the high school. Okay? So, I'm going to get 10 of the brightest minds of students, high school students in Nairobi, and organize a one-day boot camp where they can come and pass on their skills and knowledge to those 10 high school students.
Thank you.
All right? Yeah. So they can put together all the engineering and all that, they can put it all together and pass on to that high school generation.
Hey, Mwana Chairman, you're very generous today. Thank you very much.
So we'll work on it together.
Thank you.
But we need to have one person who will keep accountable. I think what we've learned.
Yes, who is the
this accountability thing is
partner?
very important. We all talk. So who will be accountable here?
You will be
okay.
Maggie
The 1 million, the 1 million.
The 1 million lady.
Elevate SME, so she'll be accountable.
Yes.
And we plan together, and it has to be in 2025. Actually, high school, you only engage in...
during the holidays.
It's holidays, but third term, you're not allowed to engage. So it means this second term, between May and July is when you got to do it. All right?
Okay.
So, Mudeu, I'm after you, man.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for this wonderful and amazing panelists. And as we wait to go for lunch, we will need help coming down. We are going for lunch. But before we go for lunch, I would like us to listen from one of our sponsors. They've been very helpful in helping us get to where we are now. So allow me to bring on stage very briefly for about 7 minutes, Elizabeth Kibaki. Elizabeth, thank you very much. Tumpigie makofi. You okay? It's long, eh? So she's a private sector development specialist at the World Bank. She's told me not to eat into her time by giving out her bio. Take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I now am the one with the dubious honor of standing between you and lunch. I'm here on listening mode. I am a senior private sector development specialist at World Bank, and we've been partnering with government, private sector, to look at how we can move the needle on this whole issue. Let's get innovation going, let's get productivity going. And why I was here on listening mode is the project that we've been supporting, the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, KIEP, is coming to an end. So actually I had not prepared to come and speak, but when you're invited to say hello in the true fashion of being a Kenyan, you now pull out your 200-page speech. But okay, so jokes aside, what am I looking for today? What are we keen to learn from yourselves? When we started off the journey a few years ago with government, one of the things they shared with us was when we are tackling this, let's try and look at it, well, not only government, we had different stakeholder engagements. Let's try and look at this not only from a perspective of creating an enabling environment, but more so going into tackling hardcore issues, presenting a use case that can be used in future. And so we addressed this in two ways. One is what you're seeing today, working with an ecosystem, the ecosystem to look at not only government, but also private sector, and understand as you move together, institutions such as ASEC, institutions such as KIE, KIRDI, beyond that, if you go into working with academia, how can these shape interventions that will allow for micro and small business to be able to move to the next step, including moving to looking at medium-sized enterprises. And it was supposed to be practical things, get together on a table, get a few institutions, look at what can we do to support your improvements, and at the end of that, which is where we are coming to in June, figure out together, has there been innovation, has there been productivity? And listening to what is coming to the floor today, observing the work that ASEC and other colleagues have done, we really see that the needle has moved. They always talk about Kenya being an example, and indeed we see that example coming through. We are drawing some lessons on what you can do to rejig engagement with private sector to make it possible for them to step up. The second component looked at direct support, and there we are working more with the high growth potential farms, the unicorns that were talked about today, and now working directly with them to say, here is support on what you've come up as a performance improvement plan. Let's see what can happen in this space. And so far, some of the things that are coming out are, we are seeing farms focusing on innovation driven by automation. We had a wonderful session here on AI. Some farms are looking at process streamlining. Some farms are looking at enhanced presence. We've seen innovations coming up right from developing new products that have gone into market. And the third element that's coming on board, and I'm glad we had the Secretary of Trade speaking to us, is about stepping into new spaces. The whole conversation on AFCFTA. When KIEP started, at the time, we were not looking particularly at AFCFTA jumping into that space. But as it exits, it's something that we are reflecting on to figure out how much has this supported those farms that have benefited, you as ecosystem providers, you as SMEs, for those who are here as SMEs, to what extent has that allowed you to access both domestic market but also regional? And we can see indeed good lessons. Some gaps have come up in terms of actual practical team moving from Kenya to Ghana. Some practical lessons there on what can come up, what can be changed. We have what Chairman has challenged. I think you're choosing a new product. So we have new learnings that are coming on board that we hope to, again, work with government and private sector to actually design and implement new projects. Something that came up midstream that we used to pivot our support was the fact that in as much as you're addressing and working with us, there's a challenge around policy there's a challenge around what's coming up as our regulatory environment. And so we started, and then we need to focus more on job creation. And so a sister project to KIEP that we are working with the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry is called KJET, the Kenya Jobs and Economic Transformation Project, where those pain points that you have around an enabling environment, we are trying to, through the State Department of Investment Promotion, support them to work with government agencies to address, through engagements with KenInvest, support them to support government, to get government agencies to address. A lot of the things that were coming out were policy predictability, the very real issue of, I drew up my business model assuming tax will be this, but then now we've shifted and I'm struggling because of A, B, C, D. So the new project is looking at that as well. A new thing that has come up was, okay, there's spaces that have been created in terms of market that are telling us, let's be more green so you can access my market. And so one of the things that we then said is, in this new project, can we look at opportunities for supporting greening of value chains? The other one was, you've been undertaking direct support through, for example, ASEC, working directly with MSMEs. Can we look at what effect clustering, and we've seen this work in other jurisdictions, can have? So that's another element that we are dealing with. Long story short, here to listen, look forward to continuing to draw these lessons. We have some things in the pipeline we are cooking. We have analytics looking at, okay, AFCFTA is here. There's even a book been written by one of my colleagues, Roberto, and this is where Africa is. What can we do to make sure that we take advantage of this, drawing from previous agreements? So there's also analytical things that are brewing, the service economy, what can we do better, because that's the new growth pole for, well, not the new growth, the growth pole that will move the needle the most in this space, and answer the question of, from a government point of view, what can we do to allow Kenyans to have more jobs, and not only more jobs, but better jobs? Because some of the jobs that are being created, including even in the AI space, you hear some questions around, is that what, I think there was something on 60 Minutes some time ago on, what is being created as jobs here? Are they bringing quality jobs? How can we improve that? So beyond more jobs, let's also look at quality of jobs, and the support we provide as a bank is ideally geared towards that. I look forward to continuing to interact, and asanteni sana for the space to say hello.
Full support, even for the entrepreneurship ecosystem and what you've been able to do. We celebrate you, Elizabeth, and the team at KIEP. So ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go for lunch, and I just have a 30-minute, no, I'm kidding. I've seen the frown faces. It's gonna be okay. I just want to give you directions even as we prepare ourselves for lunch. But before then, just some notable mentions of our partners. You can also check out the exhibition booths, which are right outside this room on your left and to your right. So I know after this we're going to go into breakout sessions, so I want to use this opportunity wisely. And how I want to use it is to just ask us to enter, it's called a selfie moment, okay? A selfie moment. Baby boomers, it's called a selfie. Gen Zs, it's called a selfie. Good stuff. So how you're going to do the selfie moment, I want you to just go to your cellular device. Excuse me, I'm a Luopin, I just have to use that such language. You can go to your phone and open the camera application, okay? Open the camera application. You're there? Muko tayari? The next thing is, I want you to get a hold of that neighbor with a Colgate smile, okay? Mwenye kona smile kabisa. So today even we can get possibly Colgate as a sponsor. We'll talk to Mercy well. And of course, Chairman, I've had you throwing a couple of challenges. So get out your phone. Me and Joe are going to lead the charge. So hapo kwa nini, kwa camera application and karanga selfie. Make sure to smile. I want you guys to tag along. Simu zimetolewa. I want you to take that selfie moment, smile, tell them it's happening at the Regional Innovation and Entrepreneurship Summit here at Emara at Ole Sereni, and we're having fantastic conversations. So even as you take that selfie, I'll tell you where you should put it. On Instagram, for those that are on IG, The handle is ASEC News, tag ASEC News. Also on LinkedIn. Let's keep the conversations going and let's keep them lively. Fantastic, Joe. Joe has some goodies for us, or better still, to showcase some of what is outside. Joe, karibu.
I have some of us not smiling. Let's smile. Let's see our teeth. I was actually in a wellness conversation with Mercy, and we were told smiling for 10 seconds energizes you. Just look at me and smile.
For 10 seconds. I'm counting 10, 9. You guys have fantastic smiles.
You have fantastic smiles.
Yeah.
Thank you. One of our exhibitors is Ricky Bags. And what they are requesting from you, let me not misrepresent, just 2 seconds. They are calling all of us to donate the banners that you have decided you are not using. For example, what will come down today, they use it to line up bags. This kind of bags, some very nice friendly pouches and different kinds of bags. They are down there, and the money they get, they donate to vulnerable school-going children in Kilifi. So you can follow them on their socials, but more importantly, they are right outside part of our conversation today.
Amazing. Supporting the circular economy.
Supporting the circular economy.
How people are able to reuse, to recycle. It's amazing initiatives that we are seeing from the young people. Fantastic. So secure a bag, get something, even as we celebrate innovation in this context. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me have your attention for the next couple of minutes, just to get to acquaint you with the spaces that you'll be in for your breakout rooms. For this room is called the Pride Hall. Say Pride Hall.
Pride Hall.
So the conversations that are going to ensue in this specific hall, we're going to have university-led entrepreneurship. And I've seen a couple of universities present. The University of Nairobi, apologies. Ajanga, people from the University of Nairobi are quite keen on that. We have TUK represented and a couple of other universities here. So we're going to carry on conversations around how universities are leading this charge when it comes to entrepreneurship. Say Pride Hall.
Pride Hall.
And the conversation will start exactly we're giving 30 minutes for lunch. If you're able to, munch quickly so that you're back here at exactly 2:30, even as we seek to start the conversations around university-led entrepreneurship. Now, for those that are interested in conversations around farming, revolutionizing smallholder farming, so the conversation is going to be at Saiwa. Say Saiwa. So Saiwa, listen to me keenly so that I direct you ably, is at Emara. Emara is a new block, the new complex within this facility. It's when you go outside this door, you'll be directed. We have hosts from ASEC who will direct you ably. But 4th floor, Emara Ole Sereni, the setup is ready. At 2:30 p.m., conversations kick off in terms of revolutionizing smallholder farming. Sema Saiwa?
Saiwa.
Tuko pamoja. And then, for the last conversation that starts at 2:30 p.m. is going to be held at Sibiloi. Say Sibiloi.
Sibiloi.
And the conversation is around ESG strategies to boost access to capital markets. So if you're interested in that conversation, Sibiloi is at 4th floor, same floor with Saiwa, 4th floor, Emara Ole Sereni. And thereafter, we're going to give directions even to the conversations that will follow right after. Tuko pamoja? Good stuff. And I know the fundamental question you guys are asking, na lunch iko wapi? That's where you guys were waiting for me to go. I hope you have your meal voucher card. By a show of hands, do you have your meal voucher? If you do not have a meal voucher, don't worry. Lunch is sponsored. Reskia chairman was saying he's giving some gifts. So at the very back of the room, we have Brian. You can just look at the back. Brian is there with your meal voucher cards. And Joe, lunch will be served upstairs?
Lunch is served upstairs on 1st floor. Kindly make sure that you've registered, and more importantly, please pick your tag. Without this tag, we will not allow you access in the afternoon to the rooms, and for lunch, you might be coming to steal our secrets.
Yes.
On how generous we are.
Awesome stuff. So you make your way to Brian at the very back to get your meal voucher. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been amazing. Let's keep time and keep the conversations going. Tukutane. Yes, sir.
Tukutane wapi?
Tukutane kwa the breakout rooms. Mimi nitakuwa hapa.
Tell it to us in French.
Let me consult and then I'll get back to you, my good sir.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Let's stand up. You've been seated for long. Right hand up. Stretch as high as you can. As high as you can. Left hand up. Stretch as high as you can. Both hands up. Stretch as high as you can. Hands straight. Let's bring them down slowly to our knees. I would like us to apply grease to the knees. Rotate your knees in whichever direction. Right, left, center, clockwise, anti-clockwise. 2 left feet. Fantastic. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Make sure you see the exhibitors. And remember Ricky bags and also the offer from Little Cab. Thank you.
Asante. Check, check, 1, 2. Okay. Thank you, good people, for just making it in good time. If you know a colleague who will be participating in the conversation around university-led entrepreneurship, give them a good call. Tell them we've started and we're just about to introduce our panelists or discussants to share some insights right before we pivot or go to the next conversation for the day. So once again, if you're joining us for the university-led entrepreneurship conversation and you know a colleague of yours who's not here currently, just give them a good old text or a call, make them aware that we are beginning and the conversations are about to ensue. All right, asante sana. We start shortly. I'm just going to introduce the discussants and then we're going to go ahead and champion the conversations around university-led entrepreneurship.
ameshafika na Romana niko naye pale mbele. So huyu ako online, Pascal ako online, Rajat ako online.
Wako standby.
Wako online kwa Zoom.
Sawa.
Huyu Ratemo ako huyu hata participate juu yake itakuwa na issues. Huyu yeye anako na COVID. Ni endeleeni na hiyo pani.
Bernard ako area?
Bernard yuko pia. Sijamuona, so wenye wako
so ni 1 2 Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. Thank you for being prompt to join. Allow me to just ask you, since we are a small team, kindly just occupy the seat in front of you. Ukiulizwa nani amekwambia, tell them TJ told you so. But let's feel cozy. The room is ours, the space is ours. Let's join in for valuable conversations. So I'm about to introduce the next panelists to just join me up to convey, or to rather to help me discuss the conversation around university-led entrepreneurship. So I'm going to invite my panelists just to join me, the discussants, and then we're going to carry on with the conversation for today. So ladies and gentlemen, let me start off by welcoming, and then tukimkaribisha kwa makofi, Dr. William Mureithi. Let's appreciate Dr. William Mureithi even as he joins me up on stage. Dr. William Mureithi is a senior lecturer and consultant at the Strathmore Business School. So let's appreciate Dr. even as he joins me up on stage. Thank you for making time, sir. And then also joining me up on stage, we're going to have Wangeshi Wahome. Wangeshi Wahome, you can join me as well. CEO Anza Village. She has done some amazing things when it comes to even universities, sort of innovation, hackathons, etc. And I know she'll have some valuable insights for this conversation. Let's appreciate Wangeshi Wahome. We also have Romana Koech, who's representing the NGO world, and she has some wonderful insights in relation to university education and also entrepreneurship when it comes to that specific area. Let's give it up for Romana. Karibu. Thank you for making time to join me. Asante sana. So here's the interesting bit. This is going to be a hybrid sort of conversation. So we have online joining as well on the Zoom platform. We're going to have an interactive engagement with Dr. Pascal Nyiringango all the way from the University of Rwanda. So we have Rwanda represented in this conversation. It's a Pan-African conversation. And also Rajat Chaba, Senior Director, Innovation and Partnerships at the William Davidson Institute. So they're joining us online via Zoom platform for us to further engage. All right? So just get a thumbs up from the media team to confirm that they're on and they're ready to engage with us. All righty. So even as we wait for that confirmation from the online team, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate once again the discussants who are going to carry this conversation to the next level. So just want to give you a few seconds to just introduce yourself, 30 seconds, who you are and what you do, and how you're chiming into this conversation today. We can start with you.
So, good afternoon. My name is Romana Koech. I'm the country rep for AFSI Foundation. AFSI Foundation is an NGO. We've been here in Kenya supporting the development world, working in several sectors, starting from education, economic empowerment, energy sector, agriculture, name it. Anything that has to do with development, and especially for people that are vulnerable.
Asante. Wangeshi, how are you today?
I'm good.
How about you introduce yourself?
All right. My name is Wangeshi Wahome. I am, for purposes of this conversation, I wear 3 hats. I am the co-founder and CEO of Anza Village. We are a startup enabler based in Kenya, but we are supporting across Africa. Our main focus is early stage founders, and most of them are within universities. I'm also an ASEC, newly elected ASEC board member, championing policy and advocacy. And finally, I am also an entrepreneur, and I'm a farmer. So I like pushing that out for the farmers in the room to know that you're represented.
Amazing stuff. Lastly, Dr. Mureithi, you can just say a quick hello, tell us more about you.
Good afternoon. Maybe I might try to say I have also started some potato farming. Am I a farmer? I'm trying to get into farming as well, so I say that. But what I do on a day-to-day basis, I'm a lecturer at faculty at Strathmore Business School. So I teach entrepreneurship strategy and have a bit of experience in family business as well. Apart from that, I do consultancy for a lot. Also try to build the ecosystem through our IBs. I've seen Ludovica, who is here. Work closely together with Ludovica, and The other thing I do, which I've picked up, is now that we have NGO here, so I've set up a hub at Strathmore, which is a non-profit social enterprise and philanthropy hub, where we're trying to also build the ecosystem around social enterprises. There are a few projects that we have, and trying to support that. So we've supported a lot for profit, but now we want to build as well, as because we know they're very essential and they've been affected a lot with what is happening globally as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Just to check in online, we have Dr. Pascal joining us from the University of Rwanda. Dr. Pascal, you can just confirm that you hear us, and then we'll quickly proceed to say a quick hello. Dr. Pascal.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dr.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Maybe just a bit louder.
All right, thank you. I'm Pascal, as you have said.
Thank you, Dr.
It seems background noise.
Okay, Dr. You're good to go. I think we can hear you. Just to project your voice and then quickly say a quick hello and introduce what you're doing at the University of Rwanda.
Yeah, as you said, I'm Pascal. I'm a lecturer from business, and I'm managing the education paid hub within the university. But I'm also a director of technical spaces.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you for that introduction. I know we are getting some good assistance from the technical team as well, just so that we can hear you more clearly. We also have on call Rajat Chaba. Rajat, how are you, sir? How are you, Rajat?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic.
Very well, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Tell us a little about yourself before we quickly move to the conversation for today.
Yeah, thank you for having me today, and good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a post-lunch session, so we'll try to keep you awake, hopefully. Rajat Chaba, I lead the innovations and partnerships at William Davidson Institute at the University of Michigan. We do a lot of work around entrepreneurship, also work closely with ESOs, entrepreneurship support organizations, building their capacity, and also supporting universities set up innovation labs. Prior to joining the WDI, I worked with Japaigo at Johns Hopkins University and had set up their incubation and acceleration platform, which supported over 100 startups. So I'm really looking forward to the conversation today.
Amazing. Thank you so much for making time. Thank you.
There's a lot of echo.
Okay, we're sorting that out, Rajat, even as we go along with the conversation. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I know, just to set the context, many have said, and I hope to get some clarification from these wonderful discussants. We've mentioned often at time that there's a disconnect, and university students may be going to the market and sometimes reaching a place of a mismatch, where the skills required are not the ones they were equipped with. And I think part of what we're going to be discussing today is just to unbundle that and to see where we are making sort of an error and how we can best adjust to the current times that we live in. And maybe just to start off with you, Dr. William Mureithi, and I know Strathmore is doing some amazing things with IBIS. So the first question to you is, what models exist for translating academic research and student ideas into market-ready ventures?
Right. There's a lot of ways we do that, translating ideas and research, and not just only students, but also academics to the industry. First of all, I want to say this from the way things have been happening for a while. Of course, the disconnect becomes very clear because of people working in silos, right? So universities go do their own thing, teach, design, teaching, and all that without having to have industry in mind, and also, I mean, from also other players, the civil society as well as the government. But that is changing quite a lot with, I think some colleagues here in the room as well would say that we are seeing a lot of efforts to try and reach out to other players within the ecosystem to try and build. And this is also driven by research in itself, and it shows us that when government, industry, and the university academia works closely together, there is a very different outcomes. Now, how this can be translated, or how it's translated, first of all, is engagement from a design perspective in terms of building or tailoring our courses to be very responsive to the market. Currently, I think a lot of universities are scrambling to go and see how they can integrate technologies like AI into class, into the teaching and all that, right? So that's the first point of contact. Are our courses responsive? Within the academic, I think, model, sometimes it becomes very difficult because you realize there's a lot of red tapes with a lot of players involved in the process. I will not say that they curtail the process, but also it's more of a quality assurance. So if you're told you can't change your programs because you have to get the regulator in to come and do that. However, again, we've come out with things like executive programs, and we do that very well at Strathmore. So when you pick up something like AI, there's already courses out there that